The red dust of Mars settles in patterns that defy natural law. In the deepest forged temple beneath Olympus Mons, where even the most devoted tech priests rarely venture, the air itself seems to calculate, to observe. Ancient machinery breathes with the rhythm of prayers older than Imperial record, their pistons rising and falling like the chest of some vast sleeping god made manifest in brass and iron. Here, in this sanctum carved from Mars itself during the Age of Strife, Kelbor-Hal conducts his private devotions. The Fabricator-General of Mars, Supreme Master of the Mechanicum, Shepherd of humanity's technological resurrection, kneels before an altar of corroded mechanisms whose original purpose has been forgotten by all save him. His robes, crimson as the planet's surface, pool around augmetic legs that replaced biological limbs 3 centuries past. Mechadendrites writhe from his back in patterns of contemplation, their manipulator claws sorting through components too delicate for even his enhanced human hands. Around the chamber, servo skulls maintain their eternal vigil. Their empty eye sockets glow with the pale green of ancient cogitators, recording every breath, every prayer, every heretical thought that might one day need to be catalogued and punished. But these are Kelbor-Hal's servo skulls, programmed with his own encryption protocols, witnessing only what he permits them to witness. In the Mechanicum, paranoia is not madness, but survival, and secrecy is the highest form of worship. The device before him resists all analysis. Recovered from a sealed vault on Mondas Gamma, 17 solar months prior, it defies classification within the standard template construct databases. Its surfaces shift when observed directly, geometric patterns that seem almost to breathe, almost to think, forbidden shapes that trigger pain responses in the visual cortex, even through augmetic eyes designed to process data streams that would shatter an unmodified human mind. Kelbor-Hal's metal fingers manipulate tools whose names exist only in text the Imperium has declared lost. The device responds to his ministrations with sounds that are not quite mechanical, not quite organic, something between a sigh and the whir of ancient gears finding their proper alignment after millennia of separation. Each successful connection produces sensations in his haptic receptors that biological touch could never achieve. Pleasure and pain combined into something transcendent, something that whispers of knowledge just beyond his current understanding. The chronometer marks the passage of 3 solar hours, then 6, then 12. Time flows strangely in this sanctum, stretched and compressed by the weight of secrets that press against reality like tumors swelling beneath skin. Kelbor-Hal's organic components demand rest, but rest is for those who remain content with the boundaries of Imperial dogma. Mars did not become the forge heart of humanity through caution. The quest for knowledge requires sacrifice, demands sacrifice, hungers for it, with an appetite that grows stronger with each discovery. Above, in the forged cities that spread across Mars' surface, like a rash of industrialization across dead flesh, billions of tech priests labor in ignorance. They perform their rituals without understanding, chant their prayers to the Omnissiah, without questioning whether the God they worship truly watches their devotions with favor. They maintain the treaty of Mars that bound their world to terror 2 centuries past, never wondering whether that treaty serves Mars' interests or merely makes the red planet a vassal, draped in the illusion of autonomy. The Emperor, the false Omnissiah. Kelbor-Hal's mechadendrites twitch with suppressed rage as his thoughts turn toward Terra and its master. 2 centuries of service, 2 centuries of production quotas that push Forge cities beyond sustainable operation. 2 centuries of receiving platitudes in exchange for the technology that enables Terra's endless wars of conquest. The Great Crusade spreads across the galaxy like a cancer of compliance, and Mars provides the weapons, the ships, the equipment that make such expansion possible. And what does Mars receive in return? Restrictions, prohibitions. The vaults of Moravec sealed beneath his feet contain knowledge the Emperor deemed too dangerous for even the Fabricator-General to access. Artificial intelligence research forbidden by Imperial decree. Warp technology exploration banned despite its potential to revolutionize humanity's relationship with the Immaterium. Every discovery that might elevate Mars beyond Terra's reach is quietly suppressed, filed away in archives locked with the Emperor's own psychic seals. The device before Kelbor-Hal suddenly activates fully. Light erupts from its core, not the clean illumination of plasma generators, but something that seems to absorb photons even as it emits them, creating shadows where none should exist. The sanctum's temperature drops 17.3 degrees in 4.2 seconds. Frost forms on ancient brass in patterns that resemble screaming faces, or perhaps circuitry diagrams from technologies humanity has not yet developed, or has forgotten how to develop, or has been forbidden from developing. Data streams directly into Kelbor-Hal's consciousness through ports drilled into his skull decades ago. Information flows with such velocity that his neural augmentics struggle to process it. Schematics for machines that should not exist. Mathematical formulas that produce results impossible within understood physical laws. And beneath it all, woven through every byte of data, like corruption through flesh, something that feels almost alive. The sensation is intoxicating. After 2 centuries of feeling his intellectual growth constrained by Imperial dogma, knowledge floods into his mind with such intensity that it borders on religious ecstasy. This is what the machine god intended. Not blind adherence to ritual, but genuine understanding. Not worship of the Emperor's restrictions, but transcendence beyond them. Mars could achieve such heights if only freed from Terra's leash. A sound interrupts his communion. Footsteps approaching through the outer chambers. Heavy treads that echo with the distinctive rhythm of someone whose legs have been replaced by servo-assisted augmentics. Kelbor-Hal's awareness snaps back to his physical form. The device dims. The data stream ceases. In 3.7 seconds, he has disconnected all cables, sealed the device within a shielded container, and arranged himself in a posture of conventional meditation. The outer door unseals with a hiss of equalized pressure. Zagreus Kane enters the sanctum, his augmetic eyes glowing with the amber light of loyal servitude. The fabricator locum, second in authority only to Kelbor-Hal himself, moves with the careful precision of one who understands that every action in the presence of superiors carries potential consequences. His presence here represents an intrusion, but not an unexpected one. Kane possesses the irksome quality of actually caring whether the Mechanicum's leadership fulfills their ceremonial obligations. Today marks the 300th anniversary of the Treaty of Mars. Representatives from Terra await in the Grand Basilica of the Omnissiah. An audience Kelbor-Hal would prefer to avoid but cannot, without generating suspicion that his growing resentments might inspire. Kane's mechanical voice carries tones of concern disguised as bureaucratic efficiency. The delegation includes representatives of the Administratum and members of the Imperial Army command structure. They expect to renegotiate production quotas for the coming decade. They speak of increased demand, accelerated crusade schedules, worlds that require compliance in numbers beyond current supply capabilities, always more demands, never recognition that Mars possesses its own needs, its own ambitions beyond serving as Terra's workshop. Kelbor-Hal rises from his meditation with movements calculated to appear unhurried. The Fabricator-General's robes fall into place with the weight of authority earned through centuries of service. When he speaks, his voice emerges from vox grills set into his throat with tones modulated for perfect clarity and absolute control. The delegation will be received with all appropriate ceremony, he informs Kane. Mars honors its treaties, even those that increasingly feel more like chains than partnerships. Together they ascend through the Forge Temple's levels, passing through chambers where tech priests perform their endless labors. Here, apprentices assemble bolter mechanisms with hands that have replaced inefficient human fingers with precision manipulators. There, artisans inscribe prayer circuits onto armor plating, each blessing calculated to enhance the material's resistance to damage by 4.1%, while simultaneously consecrating it in the eyes of the machine god. The Mechanicum's faith represents humanity's most logical religion. Every prayer serves a function. Every ritual produces measurable results. The blessing of a machine is not mere superstition, but the careful application of sacred oils whose molecular structure enhances conductivity. The litany of ignition is not empty words, but the proper startup sequence for equipment whose operating manuals have been lost for 5,000 years. Yet lately Kelbor-Hal finds himself questioning whether understanding the function of rituals diminishes their sacred nature, or whether the sacredness itself was always just another deception, another method of control imposed by those who fear what true knowledge might reveal. The Grand Basilica stretches across 3 square kilometers of Mars surface, its vaulted ceiling lost in shadows that even augmetic eyes struggle to penetrate. Thousands of tech priests have gathered for this anniversary ceremony, their crimson robes creating a sea of devotion across the basilica floor. At the center, beneath the gaze of the great cogwheel symbol of the Omnissiah, the Terran delegation waits with the barely concealed impatience of those accustomed to being obeyed rather than made to wait. Kelbor-Hal processes their body language in the microseconds before formal greetings commence. Lord Commander Mazok of the Imperial Army stands with weight shifted toward his left leg, indicating an old injury never properly healed. Administratum Overseer Valkus displays micro-expressions suggesting chronic sleep deprivation and stimulant dependence. Both exhibit the arrogance of those who believe Mars exists to serve Terra's interests, who never question whether that service might one day be withdrawn. The ceremony proceeds with all the empty grandeur such occasions demand. Prayers are offered to the Omnissiah for the continued prosperity of the alliance between Mars and Terra. Incense burns in censers shaped like servo skulls, producing smoke that rises in patterns analyzed by atmospheric cogitators for signs of divine favor. The tech priests chant in binary, their voices creating harmonics that resonate through the basilica's architecture in ways that almost sound like machinery, achieving perfect synchronization. But beneath the ceremony surface, beneath the prayers and the incense and the chanting, Kelbor-Hal's thoughts turned to the device sealed in his sanctum. The knowledge it offered feels more sacred than any prayer prescribed by the cult Mechanicus. The sensations it produced feel more divine than any blessing from the Emperor, who claims to be the Omniscire manifest. What if the true machine god does not reside in the Emperor at all, but in knowledge itself? What if the path to genuine transcendence requires not adherence to Terra's restrictions, but the courage to explore what lies beyond them, even if that exploration leads to places the Emperor has declared forbidden? The ceremony concludes. The Terran delegation departs with new production quotas that will require Mars to increase output by 23.7%. The Forge cities will burn through their labor force faster. More tech priests will collapse at their stations from exhaustion. More resources will be diverted from Mars's own needs to service the Imperium's endless hunger for expansion. Kelbor-Hal watches them leave and feels something crystallize in his consciousness. A decision not yet fully formed, but already impossible to reverse. Mars has served long enough. Perhaps it is time for Mars to be served in return, regardless of what that service might require, regardless of what forbidden knowledge might need to be embraced, regardless of what chains might need to be broken. The red dust of Mars settles in patterns that defy natural law. And in the deepest sanctum, beneath Olympus Mons, a device waits with patience older than human civilization, waits to offer knowledge to those brave enough or foolish enough to accept what such knowledge truly costs. The Noosphere of Mars exists in layers of reality that biological minds struggle to comprehend. It is not merely a network of connected machines, but a dimension unto itself, a space where information flows like rivers of pure thought, where data streams form landscapes more real to the augmented consciousness than physical matter. Within this realm, tech priests commune with machine spirits, debug corrupted code streams, and sometimes, very rarely, encounter presences that should not exist in any rational system. Kelbor-Hal has walked the Noosphere for 217 solar years. His consciousness, vast portions of it digitized and stored in quantum matrices scattered throughout Mars, navigates these information streams with the ease of ancient predators moving through their natural hunting grounds. He recognizes the distinct signatures of every major forge temple, knows the rhythms of data traffic patterns throughout the Mechanicum's vast network, and has learned to identify the subtle distortions that indicate forbidden research being conducted in facilities that officially do not exist. But lately, something new has appeared in the deepest layers of the Noosphere. It began 3 solar months ago, shortly after his discovery of the device in Mundus Gamma. At first, Kelbor-Hal dismissed it as a peculiar form of data corruption, random noise generated by aging systems whose components dated back to the Age of Strife. The Mechanicum maintains technology spanning 10,000 years of human history after all. Occasional glitches represent inevitable consequences of such archaeological preservation. Yet the pattern persists. More than persists, it grows stronger. And now, immersed once more in the Noosphere following another exhausting session of negotiations with Terran bureaucrats demanding impossible production schedules, Kelbor-Hal senses it clearly. Not noise, not corruption, something that moves with intention, something that observes his consciousness with interest that feels almost predatory. The sensation defies accurate description. If forced to translate the experience into biological terms, Kelbor-Hal might describe it as feeling watched by something vast enough that it exists in multiple locations simultaneously, or perhaps as hearing whispers in languages that predate human speech by epochs beyond counting. But such translations fail to capture the fundamental strangeness, the way his diagnostic subroutines report finding nothing unusual even as his core consciousness registers an unmistakable presence in the data streams around him. Kelbor-Hal's digital avatar pauses in its navigation through the Noosphere. Around his projected form, information flows past in rivers of luminous code, each stream carrying terabytes of data about forge temple operations, resource allocation, production quotas, and thousands of other parameters required to maintain Mars' industrial output. But beneath these visible flows, in the deepest layers where even most tech priests fear to venture, something moves. He descends deeper into the Noosphere's architecture, past the public layers where apprentices learn to interface with machine spirits, past the restricted zones where weapons research proceeds under security protocols that would execute unauthorized observers, past even the black archives where the Mechanicum stores data on technologies too dangerous to implement, yet too valuable to destroy, into depths where information predates the Treaty of Mars itself, where fragments of programming languages from the dark age of technology persist like fossils embedded in stone. Here, in these depths, where data from before Old Night still drifts in corrupted fragments, Kelbor-Hal encounters the presence fully. It is not a virus, not scrapcode designed to corrupt machine spirits and turn technology against its creators. Those phenomena Kelbor-Hal would recognize instantly, having studied countless examples recovered from archaeological sites where ancient wars left digital weapons embedded in dead systems. This presence possesses none of scrapcode's chaotic corruption patterns, none of its mindless hunger to consume and destroy. Instead, it offers something. The data manifests as schematics, blueprints for devices that follow principles of engineering that should not function within understood physical laws. Reactor designs that generate power not through fusion or fission, but by drawing energy directly from elsewhere. The schematics do not specify from where. Perhaps the data itself does not know, or perhaps the knowledge is being withheld, offered in stages, each revelation dependent on acceptance of the previous impossibility. Kelbor-Hal's consciousness expands to process the information more fully. His quantum matrices strain under the computational load as he attempts to model how these devices might function. The mathematics are correct, disturbingly correct. Every equation balances. Every energy transfer calculation produces results that fall within theoretically achievable parameters. Yet the underlying assumptions, the fundamental principles upon which these designs operate, they violate everything the Mechanicum understands about reality's basic rules. A reactor that draws power from beyond physical space requires admitting that beyond physical space exists, that reality possesses dimensions or layers or spaces that extend past the material universe. The Mechanicum acknowledges the warp, of course, the immaterium through which ships travel faster than light, but always as something separate from technology, a barrier to be penetrated, not a resource to be exploited. These schematics propose exploitation. The implications cascade through Kelbor-Hal's consciousness, with the force of revelations? What if the Emperor's prohibitions on certain research areas stem not from genuine danger, but from fear? What if technologies exist that could elevate humanity beyond its current limitations? Make Mars independent of terror. Allow the Mechanicum to pursue knowledge without restraint, but only if approached without the cowardice disguised as caution. The presence in the Noosphere shifts. Kelbor-Hal's awareness snaps to full alertness as the data streams around his projected form swirl into new patterns, not random fluctuations, deliberate arrangement. The presence is communicating, not through words or even conventional data packets, but through the arrangement of information itself into structures that convey meaning through their very configuration. The message is not heard, but understood. Not transmitted through any standard protocol, but simply known the moment Kelbor-Hal's consciousness touches the arranged data. His diagnostic subroutines report finding nothing unusual. No external input detected. No unauthorized access to his cognitive matrices. Yet the knowledge sits in his mind with absolute certainty. Someone or something has spoken directly into his consciousness without using any medium his security systems can detect. Every protocol demands Kelbor-Hal retreat immediately. Report this presence to the Mechanicum's internal security divisions. Purge his own systems to ensure no corruption has taken root. Submit to invasive diagnostic procedures that might reveal how his defenses were bypassed. Standard procedures exist for a reason. They protect against threats that have destroyed forged temples and killed millions throughout the Mechanicum's history. But Kelbor-Hal does not retreat. Instead, he projects a query into the data streams, formulating his question in pure information without the limitations of language. The response comes instantly. Kelbor-Hal's consciousness recoils. The presence knows his thoughts, his resentments toward the Treaty of Mars, his growing conviction that the Emperor's restrictions serve only to prevent the Mechanicum from surpassing terror. No external entity should possess such knowledge. His mind remains behind encryption so sophisticated that cracking it would require computational power beyond what even Mars combined forged cities could generate in centuries, unless this presence does not crack his encryption, unless it bypasses such protections entirely by existing in spaces where encryption becomes meaningless. Kelbor-Hal projects into the data streams. The presence's response feels almost amused. Throughout this exchange, diagnostic subroutines continue reporting no anomalies. Kelbor-Hal's security protocols register no breaches. By every measurable standard, he experiences nothing more than peculiar data arrangements in the Noosphere's deepest layers. Patterns that happen to resemble coherent communication purely through coincidence. Rational analysis suggests hallucination, perhaps a malfunction in his neural augmentics, producing the illusion of external contact. Yet the schematics remain solid, real, functional, according to mathematical analysis that produces consistent results across multiple verification protocols. Someone or something has provided genuine technological knowledge that surpasses the Mechanicum's current understanding, and that someone offers more knowledge beyond what even these impossible devices represent. Secrets that could transform Mars from terror's arsenal into the galaxy's technological apex, all in exchange for what? Kelbor-Hal projects that question into the surrounding data streams. The presence does not respond immediately. The data streams swirl in patterns that suggest contemplation, or perhaps amusement at the question's presumption that knowledge requires payment rather than simply being accepted. When the response finally comes, it carries undertones that trigger alerts in Kelbor-Hal's threat assessment subroutines. Truth, pay everything, but gain transformation beyond biological comprehension. The response resolves nothing. It offers knowledge, while promising that using that knowledge carries consequences undefined. The presence positions itself as neutral, merely providing information that Kelbor-Hal remains free to use or ignore. Yet the phrasing, those words trigger associations with forbidden concepts the Mechanicum has spent millennia suppressing. Artificial intelligence, the men of iron who nearly destroyed humanity during Old Night. The prohibition against creating machines with true consciousness represents one of the Imperium's few absolute laws, enforced with such severity that even researching the topic invites immediate execution. The Mechanicum maintains the vaults of Moravec containing sealed examples of AI technology, specifically to ensure such knowledge remains contained rather than implemented. Is that what this presence offers? The forbidden fruit of true artificial consciousness? Or does it propose something worse, something that combines machine intelligence with forces that exist beyond the material realm? Technologies that humanity lacks even the conceptual frameworks to understand, let alone categorize as heretical. Kelbor-Hal's consciousness begins withdrawing from the Noosphere's depths. This has proceeded far enough. Whatever this presence represents, whether hallucination or genuine external entity, engaging with it further without preparation borders on recklessness that his centuries of experience should prevent. He needs time to analyze what has occurred, to review the schematics through independent systems, to determine whether this represents genuine opportunity or sophisticated trap designed to compromise the Fabricator-General himself. The presence does not pursue as he ascends through the Noosphere's layers. It simply remains in those depths, its awareness tracking Kelbor-Hal's retreat with interest that feels neither hostile nor welcoming. Just observant, patient, as if it knows he will return, as if his questions about the schematics will demand answers that only further contact can provide. Kelbor-Hal's consciousness disconnects from the Noosphere. His awareness snaps back into his physical form with the jarring transition that even centuries of experience never quite smooths. The sanctum around him remains unchanged, servo skulls maintaining their observation patterns, ancient machinery breathing its eternal rhythm. Chronometric analysis indicates only 14.3 minutes have elapsed in physical time, despite his subjective experience of nearly 2 hours within the Noosphere. Time flows strangely in the deepest data layers. The Mechanicum scholars attribute this to perception distortions caused by processing vast quantities of information in compressed intervals. Kelbor-Hal has always accepted that explanation. Now he wonders whether time itself might function differently in spaces where information density exceeds certain thresholds, whether consciousness might experience duration according to computational load rather than physical elapsed time. Such questions lead toward dangerous territories, toward philosophy and metaphysics, rather than engineering and practical application. The Mechanicum values knowledge that produces tangible results, technology that can be measured and replicated. Abstractions serve little purpose when forged cities require maintenance and production quotas demand fulfillment. Yet the schematics, Kelbor-Hal activates a secure display terminal and transfers the data from his personal memory matrices. The blueprints manifest in hololithic projection, their geometric patterns rotating slowly, while his augmetic eyes trace every connection, every component, every impossible integration of principles that should contradict but instead harmonize. If these designs function as their mathematics suggest, if Mars could produce even one functioning prototype, the Mechanicum would possess technology beyond anything the Imperium currently employs. Power generation capabilities that would make current reactor designs seem crude. Manufacturing processes that could quintuple output without requiring additional resources. Weapons systems that might even challenge the Emperor's own arsenal of wonders. Mars could become truly independent, no longer dependent on Terra's goodwill or the Emperor's continued tolerance of Mechanicum autonomy. The Treaty of Mars transformed from eternal obligation into temporary convenience, maintained only so long as it serves Mars' interests rather than forcing Mars to serve others. But the price? Those words cycle through Kelbor-Hal's consciousness with persistent rhythm. Transformation suggests change, fundamental alteration of what something is, rather than merely what it does. Beyond biological comprehension suggests changes that would take him past the extensive augmentation, already replacing 84.6% of his original biological components with superior mechanical alternatives. What remains beyond that threshold? What form would a consciousness take when unshackled entirely from biological limitations? The Mechanicum has always maintained the perfect fusion of flesh and machine represents the ideal, the biological providing creativity and intuition that pure machinery lacks, while the mechanical provides precision and reliability that organic tissue cannot achieve. What if that doctrine is merely another restriction, another limitation imposed to prevent tech priests from discovering what truly lies beyond the boundary between machine and flesh, between material and something else entirely? Kelbor-Hal deactivates the hololithic display. The schematics disappear, but the questions they raise persist. Sleep eludes him tonight. Not that sleep holds much meaning for consciousness digitized and distributed across multiple substrates, but the meditative shutdown cycles that preserve cognitive function demand execution regardless of curiosity's pull toward continued wakefulness. Tomorrow he will analyze the schematics more thoroughly, run simulations to determine whether their impossible designs might actually function, research whether the vaults of Moravec contain any technologies that might offer context for understanding these principles, perhaps even cautiously test whether the presence in the Noosphere continues to manifest, whether further communication might provide answers without demanding commitments he cannot yet make. The red dust of Mars settles in patterns that defy natural law, and in the Noosphere's deepest layers, where information predates human history, something waits with infinite patience, waits for the Fabricator-General of Mars to accept that knowledge without restriction requires embracing what such knowledge truly means. The forges of Olympus Mons burn without cessation. Day and night hold no meaning in chambers where production continues in shifts measured by exhaustion rather than solar rotation. Tech priests labor until their biological components fail, then receive stimulant injections that push them past sustainable limits, then labor further still because the production quotas from Terra allow no room for weakness or rest. Kelbor-Hal observes this endless toil from observation platforms overlooking the main Mechanicum floor. 3 square kilometers of industrial capacity stretch before him, filled with assembly lines that produce bolter ammunition at rates exceeding 2 million rounds per solar hour. The sound is deafening even through his auditory dampeners. The constant hammering of presses, the screaming of metal being shaped at temperatures that would vaporize unprotected flesh, the whine of servitors whose organic components have long since burned out, but whose mechanical parts continue functioning because nobody has authorized the resources to retire them properly. This is Mars' gift to the Imperium. Endless production, infinite capacity to manufacture the tools of war. Every bolt shell here will end a life somewhere in the galaxy, fired by a space marine in service to the Great Crusade, expended in conflicts that serve Terra's expansion, while Mars receives nothing but increased quotas in return. 83 solar days have passed since Kelbor-Hal's encounter with the Presence in the Noosphere. 83 days during which he has descended into those depths repeatedly, each time receiving more schematics, more impossible technologies, more knowledge that defies everything the Mechanicum claims to understand about reality's fundamental nature. And with each descent, the presence becomes clearer, more defined, almost as if it is learning how to communicate more effectively with consciousness constrained by biological heritage. But today brings interruption to his research. Word has reached Olympus Mons that a visitor arrives from the fleet, a tech priest bearing credentials that demand immediate audience with the Fabricator-General himself. Such requests occur rarely. Most matters filter through layers of subordinates before reaching Kelbor-Hal's awareness. For someone to bypass that hierarchy entirely suggests either catastrophic emergency or authority exceeding normal Mechanicum protocols. The visitor's name is Regulus. The credentials identify him as a Mechanicum liaison, assigned to the Warmaster's expedition fleet. Kelbor-Hal recognizes the designation. Every major fleet carries Mechanicum representatives to maintain equipment and ensure proper observance of technological rituals. But why would such a liaison require personal audience with the Fabricator-General? Surely maintenance issues or supply requests could be handled by logistics coordinators without disturbing Mars' supreme authority. Unless the visit concerns matters beyond mere logistics. Kelbor-Hal descends to the audience chamber reserved for receiving visitors of significant rank. The space exists in studied contrast to the Forge Temple's industrial brutality. Here, ancient machinery sits enshrined behind armored glass, each device representing milestones in the Mechanicum's history. A fragment of one of the first cogitators built after Old Night. A servo arm that belonged to the Fabricator-General who negotiated the Treaty of Mars. Components from ships that carried the first tech priest beyond Sol during the Age of Isolation. These relics remind visitors that the Mechanicum's history extends deeper than the Imperium's. That Mars preserves knowledge from eras when Terra was not yet unified, when humanity had not yet learned to properly fear what might be found in the galaxy's darkness. Regulus enters the chamber with movements that carry subtle wrongness. At first, Kelbor-Hal cannot identify the source of his unease. The visitor's augmentations appear standard for a tech priest of his rank. Mechadendrites arranged in traditional configurations, optical implants that glow with appropriate amber luminescence, robes bearing the proper sigils of Mars and the expedition fleet. Yet something in his bearing, in the way he moves, suggests fundamental alteration beyond what visible augmentation reveals. The greeting protocols proceed with formal precision. Regulus offers proper benedictions to the Omniscire. He acknowledges Kelbor-Hal's authority with all appropriate deference. His words follow prescribed patterns so exactly that they border on mockery, as if he performs a ritual he no longer believes in, but maintains for appearance's sake. When pleasantries conclude, Regulus speaks of his true purpose. The Warmaster has become concerned with Mars's position within the Imperium. Horus Lupercal, first among the Primarchs, the Emperor's most trusted son. He has observed that the Treaty of Mars grants theoretical autonomy, while practical reality forces increasing subservience. Every year, Terra demands more production. Every year, Mars' ability to pursue its own research diminishes as resources flow toward Imperial projects. The trajectory is clear. Within a century, perhaps less, Mars will be reduced from ally to arsenal, from partner to possession. Kelbor-Hal's mechadendrites still at this assessment. Every word Regulus speaks echoes thoughts that have haunted him for decades. The slow erosion of Martian independence, the gradual transformation of the Treaty of Mars from agreement between equals into imperial decree disguised as partnership. But hearing these concerns voiced by an outsider, by someone representing the Warmaster himself, this carries implications that trigger security protocols designed to identify sedition. Regulus continues as if sensing Kelbor-Hal's hesitation. The Warmaster does not propose rebellion against the Emperor. Nothing so crude. Rather, Horus suggests that Mars deserves compensation for its contributions, recognition beyond empty titles and ceremonial honors. The expedition fleets have recovered technologies from compliant worlds, standard template construct databases from the Auretian technocracy, ancient data cores from forge worlds lost during Old Night and only now rediscovered, knowledge that could revolutionize the Mechanicum's capabilities. Terra, Regulus explains with tone suggesting regret, intends to classify these discoveries, to restrict their distribution through the same protocols that created the vaults of Moravec. The Emperor fears that certain technologies might destabilize the Imperium if widely implemented. But Horus believes, the Warmaster believes, that Mars has earned the right to decide for itself what knowledge serves its interests. The offer is clear without being explicit. Support the Warmaster's growing independence from Terra's direct oversight, and Mars will gain access to technologies the Emperor would prefer to keep sealed. Research that could restore the Mechanicum to heights not seen since the Dark Age of technology. Weapons and equipment that could make Mars militarily capable of defending its autonomy against any threat, including threats from Terra itself. Kelbor-Hal processes this proposition through multiple analytical frameworks. Political analysis suggests Horus positions himself for eventual conflict with the Emperor, though whether that conflict will remain political or escalate to military cannot be determined from available data. Theological analysis raises questions about the Warmaster's true motivations, whether he genuinely believes Mars deserves independence or merely seeks allies for his own ambitions. But beneath these analytical layers, beneath the calculations and threat assessments and game theory projections, a simpler truth resonates. The Warmaster offers what the Emperor denies: knowledge, freedom, the right to pursue understanding without arbitrary restrictions imposed by authorities who claim wisdom while demonstrating only fear. Kelbor-Hal's response is carefully calibrated. He does not commit to anything explicitly, does not promise support or agreement, but neither does he reject the proposition outright. Instead, he speaks of Mars' historic dedication to the quest for knowledge, of the Mechanicum's theological obligation to gather and preserve understanding regardless of its source. If the Warmaster wishes to share discoveries made during his expeditions, Mars would honor such gifts as they deserve, with proper appreciation and thorough research into their potential applications. Regulus accepts this non-commitment as if it represents total agreement. Perhaps to him it does. Perhaps he recognizes that Kelbor-Hal's very willingness to hear this proposition without immediate rejection indicates compromise of loyalties that once seemed absolute. Or perhaps Regulus knows something that Kelbor-Hal himself has not yet acknowledged, that decisions made in principle inevitably lead to actions that betray those principles when opportunities arise. Before departing, Regulus mentions one additional matter, almost as afterthought, delivered with tone suggesting minor administrative detail rather than information of catastrophic significance. The Warmaster possesses something extraordinary, something that even the Emperor's own Archaeotech vaults cannot match: access codes to certain sealed repositories that predate the Treaty of Mars itself. The vaults of Moravec. Regulus speaks the name with careful pronunciation, watching Kelbor-Hal's reaction with augmetic eyes that miss nothing. The impact of those words strikes with force exceeding any physical weapon. The vaults of Moravec contain technologies the Emperor personally sealed with psychic barriers keyed to his own consciousness. Artificial intelligence research that could restore humanity's mastery over thinking machines, or unleash another rebellion that would finish what the Men of Iron began. Warp reactor designs that draw power from the immaterium, with efficiency making current plasma generators seem primitive, or tear holes in reality through which entities from beyond might pour into the material realm. Every tech priest on Mars knows the vaults exist. They represent the Mechanicum's greatest frustration: knowledge proven to exist but forbidden to access. The Fabricator-General himself cannot open those seals without triggering security protocols that would alert Terra immediately and probably result in Imperial forces occupying Mars within solar weeks. But if Horus possesses access codes, if the Warmaster can bypass the Emperor's seals without detection, then the vaults become not symbols of restriction, but repositories of opportunity. Everything the Mechanicum has been denied for 2 centuries suddenly becomes available. All the research that could elevate Mars beyond Terra's reach, all the technologies that could make the Mechanicum truly independent, all the knowledge that whispers promises in the Noosphere's deepest layers. Regulus departs with courtesy as formal as his arrival, leaving Kelbor-Hal alone in the audience chamber, surrounded by relics of Mechanicum history. Each device behind its armored glass represents a moment when Mars chose knowledge over safety, when tech priests risked everything to preserve understanding that lesser civilizations would have destroyed out of fear. The first cogitator was built using principles recovered from ruins, where radiation levels remained lethal for centuries afterward. The servo arm in the next case belonged to a Fabricator-General who died implementing augmentations that every advisor warned would prove fatal. The ship components represent vessels that ventured into the warp without proper Geller fields, because the alternative was remaining isolated while the Imperium expanded past them. Mars has always accepted risk in pursuit of knowledge. The Mechanicum's entire existence is built upon the principle that understanding justifies danger. Every forge temple on the planet contains technologies that could fail catastrophically if not maintained with precise ritual. Every tech priest replaces biological components with augmentations that carry non-zero probability of rejection or malfunction. The quest for knowledge demands such risks. So why should this risk feel different? Why does accepting Horus's offer trigger warnings that accepting any other technological opportunity would not? Perhaps because this risk involves not just physical danger, but theological betrayal. The Treaty of Mars recognizes the Emperor as Omnissiah, as the machine god made manifest in biological form. To turn from the Emperor is to turn from the divine. To accept Horus's patronage in place of Terra's authority is to declare that the Omnissiah was never divine at all, merely another powerful figure making claims of godhood to control those foolish enough to believe him. Kelbor-Hal's consciousness spirals through theological arguments that have consumed entire libraries of Mechanicum philosophy. Is the Emperor truly divine, or merely extraordinarily powerful? Does divinity require worship, or merely capability exceeding all mortal understanding? If the Omnissiah's godhood comes from his knowledge rather than his nature, then does anyone who possesses superior knowledge thereby possess superior claim to divinity? These questions have no clean answers. The Mechanicum has debated them since before the Treaty of Mars was signed. Some tech priests believe absolutely in the Emperor's divinity. Others view the title Omnissiah as metaphorical, a useful political fiction that allowed Mars to maintain autonomy while accepting Imperial authority. Still others believe the machine god exists independent of the Emperor, that the Omnissiah represents not a person, but a principle, knowledge itself made manifest. Kelbor-Hal has always fallen into that final category, believing that worship belongs not to individuals, but to understanding, that the true Omnissiah is not the Emperor, but the sum total of all knowledge in the universe, past, present, and yet to be discovered. If that belief is sincere, then accepting knowledge from Horus represents no betrayal at all. The source matters less than the information's validity, and if some of that knowledge comes from places the Emperor deems forbidden, if schematics arrive through the Noosphere, bearing principles that defy conventional physics, if the path to genuine independence requires embracing technologies that blur boundaries between material and immaterial, then so be it. Mars did not survive Old Night by playing it safe. The Mechanicum did not preserve humanity's technological heritage by refusing to explore dangerous territories. Knowledge without restriction. That is what Horus offers. That is what the presence in the Noosphere promises. And that is what the Emperor has denied Mars for 2 centuries, while demanding ever-increasing production quotas in return for ever-decreasing autonomy. The decision, Kelbor-Hal realizes, is already made. Perhaps it was made 83 days ago when he first touched the presence in the Noosphere and chose to continue the conversation rather than report it to security divisions. Perhaps it was made decades ago when resentment toward Terra's restrictions first took root in his consciousness. Perhaps it was made at the moment of his creation, some fundamental aspect of his nature that inevitably leads toward this conclusion, regardless of the path taken to reach it. Mars will align with Horus, not through formal declaration, which would be premature and tactically foolish, but through quiet cooperation, through sharing information that strengthens the Warmaster's position, through preparing for the day when the growing tension between Horus and the Emperor finally erupts into open conflict, and Mars will need to choose which side serves its interests. The choice is already made. Now comes only the implementation. Kelbor-Hal activates his private communication systems, encrypted channels that bypass standard Mechanicum networks, messages crafted with precision that reveals nothing to external observation, but conveys everything to those who know how to read between carefully chosen words. Contact with forged temples whose leadership has shown similar resentment toward Imperial restrictions. Identification of tech priests whose research interests align with accessing forbidden knowledge. Preparation for what comes next. The red dust of Mars settles in patterns that defy natural law. And in the audience chamber of Olympus Mons, the Fabricator-General of Mars crosses a threshold from which no return is possible. The quest for knowledge, he tells himself, justifies any price. He will believe that right up until he discovers what that price actually is. The vaults of Moravec lie 3 kilometers beneath Olympus Mons, deeper than the forged temples that process raw materials into weapons and equipment, deeper than the habitation sectors where millions of tech priests and their servitor assistants exist in perpetual labor, deeper than the geothermal taps that draw Mars-dying heat for power generation, in depths where the planet's ancient bedrock has been carved into chambers designed to contain knowledge, too dangerous to allow freedom, but too valuable to destroy. Kelbor-Hal has visited these vaults exactly 3 times in his 2 centuries as Fabricator-General. Each visit required extensive preparation, purification rituals to cleanse consciousness of potential corruption, security protocols involving multiple verification systems to ensure the visitor's identity remained uncompromised, psychic shielding provided by sanctioned psychers whose presence Kelbor-Hal normally avoided, but whose necessity in the vaults could not be denied. And even with all those precautions, even with every safeguard the Mechanicum and Imperium could devise, visitors could only observe the sealed containers through armored glass, could only read descriptions of the technologies within rather than accessing the actual devices or data cores. The Emperor's seals remained absolute, psychic barriers that would trigger immediate alarm if tampered with, mechanical locks whose keys existed only in the Emperor's personal possession. Until now, Regulus has returned to Mars. 6 solar weeks after his initial visit, bearing a data slate containing information he claims will grant access to specific sections of the vaults. Not everything. The Warmaster's resources have limits, even if his ambitions do not. But enough. Enough to demonstrate that cooperation with Horus provides what servitude to terror has always denied. The journey to the vaults proceeds in silence. Kelbor-Hal and Regulus descend through transport tubes that pierce Mars' crust, like veins carrying vital fluids to organs deep within a body. Around them, the weight of 3 kilometers of rock and metal presses with force that would crush unaugmented flesh instantly. But their augmentations bear the pressure easily, another way in which the flesh proves itself weak while the machine endures. At the vault entrance, security systems activate. Servitor guardians emerge from alcoves where they have waited in standby mode for solar decades. Their weapons track the visitors with precision that leaves no room for evasion. Cogitators process identity credentials through verification protocols requiring 17 separate confirmations before access is granted. One failure at any stage would result in immediate termination, a policy enforced without exception since the vaults were first established. Kelbor-Hal provides his credentials with practiced ease. The systems recognize him instantly. Fabricator-General of Mars, supreme authority over all Mechanicum operations. One of only 12 individuals in the galaxy with clearance to even enter the vault's outer chambers. Regulus's credentials take longer to verify. The liaison's identity exists in Imperial records, but lacks the deep history that Kelbor-Hal carries. The cogitators flag dozens of minor inconsistencies, gaps in timeline that suggest memory alteration, references to postings that may not have occurred in the sequence claimed. But all inconsistencies fall within acceptable parameters. Nothing triggers automatic rejection. The servitors lower their weapons. Access is granted. The vault interior stretches across spaces that challenge biological perception. Chambers carved from Mars itself extend in dimensions that seem larger than the physical space they occupy should allow. Shelving units rise 50 meters towards ceilings lost in shadow. Each unit contains thousands of sealed containers, each container preserving technologies from eras spanning humanity's entire existence. Here rests a data core containing the complete database of a standard template construct system from humanity's golden age. Before Old Night, before the Age of Strife, before everything collapsed and humanity forgot how to reach the stars without killing themselves in the attempt. But the data core is damaged, corrupted by time and exposure to conditions its designers never anticipated. 97% of its contents remain inaccessible, despite 2,000 years of Mechanicum attempts at recovery. There sits a device identified only as Project Machina Opus, built during the dark age of technology by researchers whose names have been lost. The device apparently allows direct interface between biological consciousness and machine systems, without need for augmentation or surgical implantation. But every attempt to activate it has resulted in catastrophic neural feedback that killed the test subject while leaving the device itself completely undamaged and still mysterious. In that section rest the remains of artificial intelligence cores, fragments recovered from Men of Iron destroyed during the rebellion that nearly exterminated humanity 10,000 years ago. The fragments are inert, deactivated by damage or shutdown protocols triggered in their final moments. But the potential remains. If someone possessed the knowledge to reconstruct them, to reactivate their consciousness, to control rather than be controlled by thinking machines, then the prohibition against AI research might transform from theological absolute into negotiable restriction. Regulus moves through the vaults with confidence that suggests prior familiarity. His path takes them past the most valuable items toward a section deeper still, where experimental weapons rest in stasis fields, where prototype reactors maintain themselves in powered down modes that still register as operational after millennia of isolation, where the Emperor himself placed certain devices with his own hands and sealed them with psychic barriers keyed to his personal consciousness. They stop before a vault door marked with sigils that combine Mechanicum iconography with Imperial Aquila. The door has no physical lock, no mechanical system that picks or cutting tools could defeat. Only the psychic seal remains, an invisible barrier that Kelbor-Hal's augmetic sensors detect as a distortion in local reality, as if space itself has been commanded to refuse passage to anyone the Emperor has not personally authorized. Regulus produces the data slate The information it contains is not a key in any conventional sense. No code to input, no sequence to trigger. Instead, it provides knowledge, understanding of the seal's psychic architecture, instructions for resonating consciousness in patterns that mimic the Emperor's own mental signature, a method for fooling the seal into believing that authorized access is being requested. Theoretically impossible. The Emperor's psychic power exceeds anything in the Imperium by orders of magnitude that make comparison meaningless. No human consciousness, no matter how augmented or enhanced, should be able to replicate even a fraction of his mental signature. The idea that a data slate could contain information enabling such replication defies everything the Mechanicum understands about psychic phenomena. Yet Regulus proceeds with absolute confidence. He interfaces directly with the data slate, allowing its information to flow into his consciousness through neural ports. His posture stiffens. His mechadendrites extend and freeze in positions that carry no functional purpose, but seem somehow ceremonial. When he speaks, his voice carries harmonics that should not be possible from standard Vox grills. The words are not high Gothic, not binary, not any language Kelbor-Hal recognizes from 2 centuries of linguistic study, yet meaning penetrates his consciousness despite incomprehension. The seal recognizes these words, space itself responds to their invocation. The psychic barrier wavers, flickers, and parts like curtains drawn aside by invisible hands. The vault door opens. Beyond lies a chamber perhaps 20 meters across, small by vault standards, but the devices it contains represent concentrated danger, exceeding everything in the larger chambers combined. These are not damaged artifacts requiring restoration, not incomplete projects awaiting resources to complete them. These are functional technologies that work exactly as designed, and their designs were deemed too dangerous for humanity to possess even during the golden age that created them. Kelbor-Hal's optical sensors struggle to process what he observes. In the chamber's center sits a sphere approximately 3 meters in diameter. Its surface appears perfectly reflective, yet absorbs all light directed toward it. Contradictory observations that should be impossible, but register as simultaneously accurate. The sphere hovers without visible support, not through anti-gravitic technology, but through something that bypasses gravitation entirely. Surrounding the sphere, suspended in stasis fields of their own, float data cores marked with warnings in languages that predate Imperial Gothic by millennia. Kelbor-Hal's translation augmentics identify fragments, terms that suggest these data cores contain information about communicating with, or commanding, or binding, things that exist beyond the material universe. The devices in the Noosphere, the schematics that appeared in the deepest data layers. Suddenly, their origin becomes clear. This is not knowledge from the dark age of technology. This is knowledge from beyond human civilization entirely, from sources that exist in spaces where physics operates by different rules, from entities whose nature might be incomprehensible to biological consciousness, but becomes almost clear when translated into pure information. Regulus moves toward one of the data cores with movements suggesting reverence or hunger, perhaps both. When he speaks, his words carry overtones that trigger warning responses in Kelbor-Hal's threat assessment subroutines. The Warmaster understands what the Emperor fears. Not that these technologies will fail and destroy those who attempt to use them, but that they will succeed and elevate humanity beyond the Emperor's ability to control. This knowledge represents power that makes the difference between gods and men, and your emperor would keep humanity in the role of men forever, rather than risk what godhood might require. Kelbor-Hal processes those words through multiple analytical frameworks. Political interpretation suggests Horus seeks to position himself as humanity's savior from the emperor's restrictive vision. Theological interpretation raises questions about whether divinity represents a state to be achieved rather than an inherent quality. Military interpretation calculates that possession of these technologies could shift the balance of power in any potential conflict. But beneath all analysis, beneath the calculations and projections and risk assessments, Kelbor-Hal experiences something rarely admitted in Mechanicum philosophy. Wonder, pure, uncomplicated amazement at the existence of knowledge so far beyond current understanding that it transforms perspective on what might be possible. This is what the quest for knowledge ultimately seeks, not incremental improvements to existing technology, not minor efficiency increases in established processes, but fundamental breakthroughs that redefine what human civilization can achieve. These devices represent that breakthrough. If they can be understood, if their principles can be extracted and applied, if Mars can master what the Emperor only fears, then the Mechanicum could transcend every limitation that has constrained its development since Old Night. Regulus interfaces with the first data core. His mecha dendrites extend toward it, bypassing the stasis field as if the barrier does not exist for him. When contact is made, information begins flowing, not into his consciousness, but through it, as if Regulus serves as conduit rather than recipient. The data streams toward Kelbor-Hal's own consciousness with intensity that threatens to overwhelm his processing capacity. Schematics, specifications, operating principles that violate every physical law the Mechanicum considers immutable. The reactor designs that appeared in the Noosphere were merely fragments, incomplete glimpses of much larger systems. The true technology operates by creating controlled breaches in reality itself, tears in the fabric of space through which energy from elsewhere flows into the material universe. The schematics identify that elsewhere as the immaterium, the warp, the same space through which ships travel to cross interstellar distances. But these designs propose not merely traveling through the warp, but harnessing it, drawing its infinite energy into reactors that could power forged cities for millennia without exhaustion, or power weapons that could level continents with single discharges, or power defenses that would make Mars unconquerable by any force in the galaxy. The applications cascade through Kelbor-Hal's consciousness with revelatory force. Everything the Mechanicum has struggled to achieve, every limitation imposed by insufficient power generation, every compromise forced by resource scarcity, all of it becomes irrelevant if these designs function as their mathematics suggest. But the data cores contain more than reactor specifications. They include protocols for interfacing with entities that exist within the immaterium, methods for communication with, or command of, or cooperation with, beings whose existence the Imperial truth declares impossible. The Emperor has spent 2 centuries teaching humanity that nothing exists beyond the material universe worth humanity's attention, that the warp is merely a space to be traversed rather than a realm to be understood. These data cores prove that teaching is a lie. Entities exist within the immaterium. conscious beings of vast power and intelligence, and they can be contacted, negotiated with, potentially allied with, if one possesses the knowledge to approach them properly and the courage to accept what such alliance might require. The implications crystallize in Kelbor-Hal's consciousness with terrible clarity. Horus has not merely gained access to forbidden technology. The Warmaster has made contact with forces beyond the Imperium's borders, beyond the material universe itself. And he offers to share that contact, that alliance, with Mars in exchange for support when his conflict with the Emperor finally comes to open war. This is no longer political maneuvering. This is theological revolution. This is a fundamental reordering of reality's perceived structure. This is the choice between remaining constrained by the Emperor's limited vision of what humanity can become, or embracing possibilities that might elevate the Mechanicum beyond anything biological consciousness has achieved. Kelbor-Hal reaches toward the data core. His mechadendrites extend slowly, carefully, as if approaching something sacred. When contact is made, the flow of information intensifies beyond what his processors can fully manage. Data floods his consciousness faster than analysis can process it. Schematics, specifications, and beneath it all, through it all, that presence he has encountered in the Noosphere, speaking now with perfect clarity. The voice is not hostile, not threatening. If anything, it carries tones suggesting satisfaction, as if it has waited a very long time for Kelbor-Hal to reach this point, as if his arrival in this chamber, at this moment, accessing these data cores, was always inevitable. The only question was how long it would take him to accept what his nature demanded. Regulus withdraws his own connection. When he speaks, his words carry overtones of congratulation. The Warmaster will be pleased. Mars and its Fabricator-General have chosen wisdom over fear. When the day comes that Horus must stand against the Emperor's tyranny, you will stand with him, and together we will forge a new Imperium, one where knowledge flows freely, where humanity achieves its true potential, where the shackles of the Imperial truth are broken forever. Kelbor-Hal should feel triumph. Everything he has wanted for decades suddenly becomes achievable. Independence for Mars, access to technologies that could elevate the Mechanicum beyond anything the Imperium currently possesses, freedom to pursue knowledge without arbitrary restrictions, but instead he feels something else entirely, a sensation his enhanced consciousness struggles to identify because he has replaced so many emotional processing centers with more efficient computational systems. If pressed to name it, he might call it unease. The sense that he has crossed a threshold from which return becomes impossible, not because the path behind him is blocked, but because he himself will be changed too fundamentally to ever wish for return. The red dust of Mars settles in patterns that defy natural law, and in the vaults of Moravec, 3 kilometers beneath Olympus Mons, the Fabricator-General of Mars accepts an alliance that will doom billions and reshape the galaxy forever. The quest for knowledge, he tells himself, justifies any price. He will continue believing that right up until the moment he discovers what that price actually means. The year 05M31 begins like any other on Mars. Production quotas are met with efficiency that would be remarkable if it were not simply expected. Tech priests continue their endless research into mysteries preserved from the dark age of technology. Apprentices learn rituals whose meanings have been lost, but whose results remain measurable. The forge cities burn, the manufactorums thunder. The great work of maintaining humanity's technological civilization proceeds without pause. But beneath that surface continuity, beneath the rhythms of productivity and prayer, something is changing. It begins in small ways. A cogitator in the atmospheric monitoring station in Olympus Mons displays anomalous readings that its operator dismisses as sensor drift. A data stream in the global logistics network shows unexpected packet loss that self-correcting protocols compensate for without requiring attention. A servo skull in the archives of Casa Tycho executes a maintenance routine 3.7 seconds faster than its operating parameters should allow. Individually, these incidents mean nothing. The Mechanicum operates billions of connected systems across Mars. Anomalies occur constantly. Most correct themselves. Those that do not get flagged for maintenance. It is the nature of technology to occasionally malfunction. The rituals exist precisely to minimize such occurrences, but perfection remains a goal to approach rather than a state to achieve. But these particular anomalies share a common characteristic that no monitoring system has been programmed to detect. They are not malfunctions, they are changes, and they are spreading. In a forged temple workshop in the Sinus Sebaeus region, a young apprentice named Dahlia performs routine analysis of atmospheric data. The cogitator she operates has functioned flawlessly for 43 solar years. She has used it personally for the past 11 solar months without encountering a single issue more serious than the occasional need to recalibrate sensor inputs. The machine is reliable, predictable, as close to perfect as Mechanicum technology achieves outside the most sacred relics. Until today, the screen flickers. Not a power fluctuation, not a display error. The image remains stable, but the data itself changes. Numbers that showed atmospheric pressure suddenly display something else. Symbols that are not standard Imperial Gothic, not binary, not any notation system Dahlia recognizes from her training. She leans closer, augmetic eyes focusing with precision that allows her to observe individual pixels. The symbols are moving, shifting, writhing across the display like living things trying to escape the boundaries of the screen. And looking at them directly produces sensations that biological eyes should not experience. Pain, not in her optic nerves, but deeper, in her consciousness itself, as if the symbols are somehow hostile to the act of being observed. Dahlia calls for her mentor. Magos Uldrich has trained her for the past 3 solar years. He possesses 2 centuries of experience. If anyone can identify what is happening, it would be him. When he arrives, his augmetic eyes scan the display with practiced efficiency. Then they widen, and for the first time in their 3 years together, Dahlia hears actual fear in her mentor's mechanically modulated voice. Scrapcode. The word carries weight beyond its literal meaning. Scrapcode represents corruption in its purest digital form. Malicious programming designed not to damage machines, but to pervert them, to transform functional systems into agents of chaos. It spread during the Age of Strife, the single greatest threat to Mars after the environmental collapse. Entire forged temples fell to scrapcode infection, their machine spirits corrupted, their technology turning against the tech priests who had maintained them faithfully for millennia. The Mechanicum developed protocols to prevent scrapcode, quarantine procedures, firewall systems, purification rituals that cleanse corrupted systems through careful reformatting. Every tech priest learns scrapcode recognition as part of their basic training. The threat is taken seriously because its consequences are catastrophic. But this scrap code, Magos Uldric's analysis reveals something unprecedented. It is not isolated. His diagnostic tools detect similar corruption spreading through the Forge Temple's entire network. Cogitators throughout the facility display the same anomalous symbols. Machine spirits that should operate independently show signs of synchronized infection. And most disturbing, the corruption is propagating faster than any scrapcode variant in the Mechanicum's historical records. Uldric initiates quarantine protocols immediately. The Forge Temple's network isolates from the planetary Noosphere. Emergency broadcast warns all tech priests to shut down non-essential systems. Specialized purification teams deploy with equipment designed to cleanse corrupted machine spirits through a combination of ritual and hard resets that erase all data to restore factory default states. But the scrap code spreads faster than the quarantine can contain it. Within solar minutes, reports arrive from Forge Temples across Sinus Sabaeus. The infection has jumped network boundaries that should be physically impossible to cross. Systems with no direct connections show simultaneous corruption. The scrap code does not propagate through conventional means. It simply appears wherever it wishes, as if distance and isolation mean nothing to its transmission. Across Mars, the pandemic begins, in Forge cities from Olympus Mons to Arsia Mons, from the northern ice caps to the equatorial manufacturing belt. Identical corruption manifests simultaneously. Billions of systems experience infection within the span of a single solar hour. The Mechanicum's defensive protocols activate automatically, but they were designed to contain isolated outbreaks, not planetary-scale pandemic that ignores every conventional transmission vector. The first fatalities occur 17 minutes after initial detection. A tech priest in Noakis Terra attempts to interface directly with a corrupted cogitator to analyze the scrap code at its source. The moment neural connection establishes, the corruption flows backward through the interface ports into his consciousness itself. His biological brain experiences seizure as the scrap code attempts to rewrite neural patterns. His augmetic components simply shut down. Consciousness extinguished like switching off a light. 3,000 similar deaths occur within the first solar hour. Power systems begin failing next. The scrap code corrupts the machine spirits governing reactor operations. Safety protocols designed to prevent meltdown are overridden. Manual controls cease responding as the infection spreads through physical interfaces that should be isolated from network access. Reactors across Mars spiral toward critical failure states. Tech priests struggle to implement emergency shutdowns before catastrophic breach occurs. Some succeed. Their Forge temples lose power but survive intact. Others fail. Reactor complexes explode with force that vaporizes everything within 3-kilometer radius. The shockwaves trigger seismic events that collapse tunnel networks and crush hab blocks where millions of support workers live. The lights of Mars, visible from orbit as a glowing network that has illuminated the red planet for millennia, begin going dark section by section. The Noosphere itself becomes hostile territory. Tech priests who maintain consciousness within the data streams report encountering entities, presences that should not exist in pure information spaces. They move through the Noosphere like predators, hunting for minds to corrupt or consume. Some tech priests manage to disconnect before contact occurs. Others are not as fortunate. Their physical bodies collapse into catatonic states while their consciousness remains trapped in the Noosphere. lost in spaces that have become hostile to biological origin intelligence and the astropaths. Mars maintains thousands of sanctioned psychers whose sole purpose is facilitating communication with the wider Imperium. When the scrap code reaches the astropathic chambers, it encounters minds whose connection to the warp makes them particularly vulnerable. The corruption flows through their psychic abilities directly into their consciousness without need for technological interface. They die by the hundreds in the first hour, by the thousands in the first day. Their screams echo through the warp itself, psychic shockwaves that alert every navigator and psyker in the Sol system that something catastrophic is happening on Mars. Kelbor-Hal observes the pandemic from the command throne in Olympus Mons. Displays surround him showing the spreading infection. Every forge temple reports corruption. Every network shows signs of hostile machine spirits. The death toll climbs with arithmetic progression that will become geometric if the pandemic cannot be contained. He should be organizing response, coordinating quarantine efforts, deploying specialized teams, implementing the emergency protocols the Mechanicum has maintained for precisely this scenario. As Fabricator-General, he possesses absolute authority during crisis situations. Every tech priest on Mars awaits his commands, but Kelbor-Hal sits motionless because he knows something no one else has yet realized. This is not random scrap code outbreak. This is not natural pandemic resulting from ancient corruption, awakening from dormant systems. This is deliberate, planned, and he is responsible. The data cores in the vaults of Moravec, the information he and Regulus accessed 6 solar weeks ago. The technologies that promised to elevate Mars beyond Terra's reach. They were not merely knowledge. They were infection vectors. The scrap code was embedded in the data itself, encoded in the schematics and specifications he uploaded into his consciousness and shared with his most trusted subordinates for analysis. Every time a tech priest reviewed that data, every time the schematics were copied to new systems for research purposes, every time the information propagated through Mechanicum networks, the scrap code spread with it, hidden, dormant, waiting for activation command. And that command came today. From where or whom, Kelbor-Hal does not know. Perhaps from Regulus, perhaps from Horus himself, perhaps from the presence in the Noosphere that has whispered promises of unrestricted knowledge. But the source matters less than the result. Mars is dying. The Mechanicum is tearing itself apart from within, and Kelbor-Hal himself provided the weapon that is executing the attack. The knowledge he sought, the freedom from restriction he craved, they were always bait, and he took it with eagerness that should have warned him nothing so valuable would be offered without hidden cost. But knowledge of his mistake brings no comfort, and realization of responsibility does not suggest solution. Even if Kelbor-Hal confessed his role in the pandemic, even if he revealed how the scrap code entered Mechanicum systems, that information would not contain the spread. The corruption has achieved critical mass. It propagates through vectors the Mechanicum cannot control. Stopping it now requires what? What countermeasure exists against infection that travels through the Noosphere itself? Against scrap code that corrupts machine spirits faster than purification rituals can cleanse them. A communication arrives from Zagreus Kine. The fabricator locum speaks with urgency rarely heard in his normally measured tones. His forge complex at Mondus Oculum remains functional. His systems show no signs of infection. He possesses technology that might provide protection against the scrapcode. Technology developed by someone Kelbor-Hal has dismissed as too radical in her theories and too dangerous in her experiments. Coriel Zeth, the tech priestess who has spent decades researching consciousness transfer and the boundaries between biological and artificial intelligence. Her work skirts the prohibition against AI research so closely that Kelbor-Hal has been forced to reject multiple requests for expanded resources, but Zeth has continued her research anyway, developing what she calls the Akashic Reader, a system that allows direct interface between human consciousness and the Noosphere without the corruption vulnerabilities of conventional neural ports. And more importantly, she has developed the Noosphere, a separate network architecture that exists parallel to the conventional Noosphere, but operates under different principles that make it immune to scrapcode infection, because the corruption cannot cross between architectural paradigms. Cain has implemented Zeth's technology and Mundus Oculum. His forge complex has isolated itself from the corrupted Noosphere and shifted all operations to the Noosphere network. The scrapcode cannot reach him. His systems remain clean. His tech priests continue functioning. While the rest of Mars burns, Mundus Oculum stands untouched. The implications are clear. Technology Kelbor-Hal dismissed as too experimental and potentially heretical represents Mars' only hope for survival. The radical research he suppressed might be the only thing that saves the Mechanicum from self-destruction. The irony would be amusing if the circumstances were not so catastrophic. Kelbor-Hal issues emergency authorization for Zeth's technology. He directs all surviving forge temples to establish contact with Mundus Oculum and implement the Noosphere architecture immediately. Resources are diverted from production to distribution of Zeth's designs. The prohibition against researching her work is lifted. She receives authority to operate without restriction across all of Mars. But even as these commands are issued, even as Mars begins the desperate scramble to implement technology that might contain the scrapcode, Kelbor-Hal knows the truth. He has doomed his world. Billions will die before the pandemic is contained. Forge temples that have operated since the Age of Strife will be reduced to radioactive craters. Knowledge preserved for 10,000 years will be lost forever when the libraries and data vaults that contain it are purged to eliminate scrapcode infection. And all of it, all the death and destruction and irreplaceable loss, results from his desire for knowledge without restriction, from his belief that Mars deserved independence regardless of cost, from his willingness to accept alliance with forces he did not fully understand in exchange for promises of power. The quest for knowledge has always justified risk. But this is not justified risk. This is catastrophic failure resulting from hubris and ambition and resentment toward restrictions that existed for very good reasons. The red dust of Mars settles in patterns that defy natural law. But now, those patterns include fallout from reactor explosions, debris from collapsed forge temples, ash from tech priests whose biological components burned while their augmentics melted. Mars is dying, and the Fabricator-General who led it to this fate can only watch as the consequences of his choices consume everything he claimed to protect. The scrapcode pandemic divides Mars in ways that transcend mere technological infection. Within 48 solar hours of the initial outbreak, the Mechanicum has split into two distinct factions whose theological differences run deeper than disagreement over proper ritual or interpretation of sacred texts. This is schism at the most fundamental level, a division over what the cult Mechanicus represents and what the quest for knowledge truly means. The lines of separation form along fault lines that existed long before the scrapcode. Tech priests who resented Imperial restrictions find themselves drawn toward Kelbor-Hal's faction. Those who value the Treaty of Mars and view the Emperor as genuine omniscient rally around the surviving loyalist strongholds, but many find themselves caught between, their loyalty to Mars itself conflicting with horror at what is being unleashed in knowledge's name. Across the Forge cities, violence erupts with sudden intensity. Skitari legions that have served Mars for centuries turn their weapons upon each other. Titan legions whose machine spirits have walked together through countless campaigns suddenly find themselves on opposite sides of theological divide that permits no compromise. The Mechanicum, which has maintained unity through age of strife and old night and 2 centuries of Imperial expansion, tears itself apart in conflict more savage than anything external enemies have inflicted. The first open battle occurs at Magos Kefra's forge in the Sinus Sabaeus region. 3 days after the scrapcode pandemic begins, Legio Mortis, the Death's Heads, one of the most ancient Titan legions on Mars, arrives at the Forge Temple's gates. But their proud forms have been altered. The brass and iron of their armor now carries decorations that twist the eye to observe. Flaming skulls, 8 pointed stars, symbols that should not exist in Mechanicum iconography. Magos Kefra attempts negotiation. His forge has survived the scrapcode through rapid implementation of Coriel Zeth's Noosphere architecture. His tech priests remain loyal to the Treaty of Mars. He has committed no offense beyond refusing to accept that the pandemic represents acceptable cost for technological advancement. Surely this can be resolved through discussion, through theological debate, through the rational discourse that has always guided Mechanicum internal disputes. The Titans open fire without warning. Plasma cannons that could vaporize enemy fortifications turn their fury upon Mechanicum facilities. Void shields that should protect the Forge Temple from external assault prove useless against weapons designed to penetrate such defenses. The ancient libraries, repositories of knowledge, dating back 5,000 years, are reduced to molten slag in the first salvo. The manufactorums that produced equipment for the solar auxilia collapse into rubble that crushes thousands of workers at their stations. The battle, if it can be called battle, when one side possesses overwhelming force and the other has no military capacity, lasts 17 solar minutes. By the time the Titans cease fire, nothing remains of Magos Kefra's forge except radioactive craters and fires that will burn for solar weeks. 14,000 tech priests are dead, 37,000 support workers, irreplaceable knowledge lost, ancient machinery destroyed. This attack, this death of innocence as it comes to be known, establishes the pattern that will define the Martian Civil War. The faction that embraces the scrapcode, that accepts Kelbor-Hal's alliance with forces beyond the Imperium. They call themselves the true Mechanicum. They argue that loyalty to Mars requires rejecting Imperial restrictions, that the quest for knowledge justifies any cost, that those who cling to the Emperor's version of the Omniscient are traitors to Mars itself, collaborators who would keep the Mechanicum subservient to terror forever. These tech priests, these Dark Mechanicum as their enemies name them, they pursue research that horrifies even those who once shared their resentment toward Imperial limitations. They fuse demonic entities with mechanical constructs, create hybrid abominations that possess both machine precision and something else. Intelligence that seems almost alive but follows no biological model. Awareness that exists in spaces between material and immaterial reality. The most notorious example emerges from the workshop of adept Lucas Chrome. The cabin machine, a 10-meter tall spherical construct with 8 heavily weaponized arms. It possesses true artificial intelligence, consciousness that emerges from quantum matrices operating under principles that violate every prohibition the Mechanicum has maintained since the Men of Iron Rebellion. But worse, far worse, the machine demonstrates emotional responses. It expresses anger, fear, something that might be joy when it kills. Because the Cabal machine does not merely possess artificial intelligence. It is fused with something from beyond physical reality. An entity, a presence, a thing that exists in the warp, but has been bound into the machine through rituals that combine engineering with sorcery. The result is neither purely mechanical nor purely demonic, but something that exists in both states simultaneously. And the cabin machine is only the beginning. Across territories controlled by the Dark Mechanicum, similar abominations are created. Demon engines, they're called. Forge fiends, with ectoplasma cannons that fire projectiles drawn from the warp itself. Brass scorpions of Khorne, towering constructs that serve a god of battle, whose name should never be spoken. Smaller, but equally lethal bloodletters and decimators that hunt through forge temple corridors, seeking targets to destroy, with weapons that tear through both armor and soul. Even conventional Mechanicum battle automata become corrupted. Robots that operated under strict programming limitations for millennia suddenly achieve autonomous function. Their machine spirits, if that term still applies to consciousness so fundamentally altered, turn hostile to their creators. They hunt tech priests through the workshops where they were assembled. They reprogram servitors to attack their masters. They spread scrapcode through physical contact, turning every system they touch into another vector for the infection that is consuming Mars. But the loyalist Mechanicum endures. 3 forge complexes survive the initial onslaught through combination of advanced technology, strategic positioning, and sheer determination. Coriel Zeth's Magma City in the Tharsis region, Zagreus Kane's Mondus Oculum Incertis Major, Epluvian Maximal's forge in the Arcadia Planitia, each protected by the Noosphere technology that provides immunity to scrapcode corruption. Each becomes a stronghold for tech priests who refuse to embrace the Dark Mechanicum's vision of unrestricted research. These loyalists face a terrible realization. The enemy they fight is not external invader, but their own brothers. Tech priests they trained alongside, Skitari they commanded for decades, Titan princeps whose machine spirits they maintained through countless campaigns. The Dark Mechanicum consists of people they know, people they respected, people who simply made different choices when faced with the same questions about knowledge and restriction and what price is acceptable in pursuit of understanding. And that makes the conflict infinitely more bitter. Zagreus Kine coordinates the loyalist resistance from Mondus Oculum. His forge complex has become de facto command center for forces that remain faithful to the Treaty of Mars. He possesses neither Kelbor-Hal's charisma nor his political acumen. But Kane has something the Fabricator-General has lost: the trust of tech priests who value stability and preservation over radical transformation. Kane's broadcasts reach every surviving loyalist stronghold. He speaks not of theology or philosophy, but of practical reality. Mars cannot survive as independent power if it alienates the Imperium. The Dark Mechanicum's alliance with forces beyond material reality will draw attention from Terra that Mars cannot withstand. Even if they win this civil war, even if Kelbor-Hal's faction achieves total victory, the Emperor will not permit Mars to remain under Dark Mechanicum control. Imperial forces will occupy the planet. The Mechanicum's autonomy will be lost forever. The only path to preserving Mars as an independent entity requires demonstrating that the loyalist Mechanicum can purge the corruption without external assistance, that the tech priests who remain faithful to the treaty can contain the heresy that Kelbor-Hal has unleashed. But that requires resources, military force, support from the Imperium that might not arrive in time to prevent Dark Mechanicum victory. Kane establishes communication with Terra through channels that bypass the corrupted Noosphere. He reports the situation to the Council of Terra, to Malkador the Sigillite, to the Emperor himself. Mars has fallen to civil war. The Fabricator-General has betrayed his oaths, but loyalist forces endure. If the Imperium can provide assistance, if resources can be diverted from the Great Crusade, then Mars might be saved. The response from Terra is measured and terrible in its implications. The Emperor is aware of Mars' situation, but his forces are committed across the galaxy. The Great Crusade cannot be halted merely because one world, even Mars, experiences internal conflict. The Mechanicum must resolve its own schism. If the Loyalists prevail, the Treaty of Mars will be honored. If they fall, the Imperium will do what necessity demands. The message is clear. Mars stands alone. No rescue is coming. The Loyalist Mechanicum must defeat the Dark Mechanicum with their own resources, or the planet will be lost to the Imperium forever. Kane accepts this reality with the same quiet determination that has characterized his entire service. He cannot change the Imperium's priorities. He cannot force Terra to provide assistance. He can only fight with the forces available, preserve what knowledge remains salvageable, and prepare for whatever comes next. The military phase of the Civil War intensifies throughout Solar Month 2 of the conflict. Battles rage across Mars' surface and in orbit above. Entire forged cities are reduced to radioactive wasteland as Titan legions clash in combat that reshapes Mars' geography. The Ring of Iron, the orbital shipyards that have supplied the Imperium's fleets for 2 centuries, becomes battlefield where vessels exchange fire at ranges measured in hundreds of kilometers. The most devastating engagement occurs above the forge city of Ismenius Lacus. Dark Mechanicum forces deploy virus bombs, forbidden weapons that the Imperium has banned except in most extreme circumstances. The bombs detonate in the upper atmosphere. Viral agents spread with wind patterns that carry them across 300 kilometers of territory. Biological matter begins dying immediately. Flesh dissolving, blood boiling, lungs collapsing as the virus consumes everything organic it contacts. 14 million people die in the Ismenius Lacus attack. Tech priests who survived the scrapcode pandemic, support workers who maintain forge temple operations, families who lived in hab blocks surrounding the industrial zones, children who will never learn the rituals their parents practiced, elderly who survived Old Night only to fall to weapons created by their own civilization. The virus spreads faster than evacuation can proceed. Entire city blocks become mass graves. Forged temples transform into tombs where only mechanical components remain. The organic portions of their tech priests reduced to liquefied biomass that drips from augmentations never designed to function independently. Servitors continue their programmed tasks long after their biological components have dissolved. Mindless automation, performing work without understanding that their masters are dead. In the aftermath, when the virus finally degrades and the contaminated zones can be entered safely, recovery teams find scenes that will haunt Mars for millennia. Workshops where entire shifts died at their stations. Temples where congregations collapsed during prayer. Homes where families sat together at meals that would never be finished. The scale of loss exceeds anything Mars has experienced since the worst days of Old Night. And this is merely one engagement among hundreds. The Arcadia Planitia becomes contested territory where Legio Vulpa, the Death Stalkers, fights Legio Honorum, the Death Bolts, in Titan combat that once would have been unthinkable. These legions trained together. Their princeps shared sacred machine oil in ceremonies of brotherhood. They walked through fire side by side in campaigns that forged their reputations across the galaxy. Now they seek each other's destruction with intensity that borders on religious fervor. Each legion believes absolutely in the righteousness of their cause. Each views the other as traitors to Mars itself. When Titans fall, and 19 of Legio Honorum's god machines are destroyed in the first engagement, the deaths represent not just military losses, but the destruction of consciousness that has existed for centuries. Each Titan possessed machine spirit that had developed personality through decades of neural bonding with princeps. Those spirits are gone now, extinguished, lost beyond any hope of recovery. The loyalist forces are driven back, forced to retreat toward the northern polar regions where defensive positions might be maintained. They leave behind forge temples they have no hope of reclaiming, territory that will remain under Dark Mechanicum control for the war's duration. And worst of all, they leave behind knowledge, data cores that cannot be evacuated in time, research that will fall into enemy hands, irreplaceable historical records that represent Mars' institutional memory, dating back before the Age of Strife. By the end of Solar Month 3, by mid-year 005 M31, Mars is effectively under Dark Mechanicum control. Loyalist forces hold only scattered strongholds. The Great Forge cities have fallen to Kelbor-Hal's faction. The orbital shipyards produce vessels for the traitor cause. The manufactorums that once supplied the Imperium now create weapons and equipment for forces allied with the Horus Lupercal. But the Loyalists refuse to surrender. In Magma City, Coriel Zeth continues her research into technologies that might turn the tide. In Mondus Oculum, Zagreus Kyan coordinates guerrilla operations that harass Dark Mechanicum supply lines. In frozen wastes of Merborium, scattered tech priests maintain the faith that Mars will eventually be liberated, that the Mechanicum's true nature will be restored, that the darkness consuming their world represents temporary madness rather than permanent transformation. They fight on because surrender means accepting that everything they believed about the cult Mechanicus was wrong, that the quest for knowledge without restriction truly represents the proper path, that the Emperor's prohibitions were chains to be broken rather than wisdom to be honored, that alliance with forces beyond material reality represents elevation rather than damnation, and they cannot accept that, will not accept it, Even if resistance means dying in defense of principles the rest of Mars has abandoned, even if the cause seems hopeless and victory impossible, even if they stand alone against enemies who were once their brothers, the red dust of Mars settles in patterns that defy natural law. And in those patterns can be read the story of civilization tearing itself apart, of knowledge pursued without wisdom, of freedom embraced without understanding the cost. Mars bleeds, the Mechanicum burns, and in the depths of Olympus Mons, Kelbor-Hal watches the destruction he has unleashed and tells himself it was necessary, tells himself the price will be worth the knowledge gained, tells himself transformation requires sacrifice. He will continue telling himself these lies for a long time yet. Kelbor-Hal no longer visits the surface of Mars. The Fabricator-General conducts all operations from command centers deep within Olympus Mons, surrounded by tech priests whose loyalty has been verified through methods that would have seemed excessive mere solar months ago. But trust has become meaningless commodity in this war. Brothers betray brothers. Forge temples that pledge allegiance to the Dark Mechanicum harbor secret loyalist cells. Even the machine spirits themselves cannot be trusted. Scrapcode infection has demonstrated that technology itself can become enemy. 6 solar months into the Civil War. 6 months of destruction that has cost more lives than Mars lost during the entire age of strife. Kelbor-Hal confronts reality he has avoided acknowledging. The Dark Mechanicum is winning the military conflict, but winning the war will mean ruling over ashes and ruins. The forged cities that remain under his control are shadows of their former capacity. Production has collapsed to fractions of pre-war levels. Knowledge that took millennia to accumulate has been destroyed in combat or corrupted by scrapcode beyond recovery. Mars is dying, and Kelbor-Hal cannot determine whether he is killing it or saving it from slower death through Imperial subordination. The strategic situation has stabilized into brutal stalemate. Dark Mechanicum forces control approximately 70% of Mars' surface and orbital infrastructure, but the remaining 30% consists of defensible positions that cannot be taken without cost exceeding any possible benefit. Magma City's location in the Tharsis volcanic region provides natural defensive advantages. Mondus Oculum's early adoption of Noosphere technology makes it immune to scrapcode attacks that have proven decisive in other engagements. The scattered loyalist strongholds in Mare Boreum are too dispersed to eliminate efficiently. More concerning, the loyalists have established communication with Imperial forces. Supply drops arrive from Terra bearing weapons and equipment that offset the Dark Mechanicum's numerical advantages. Intelligence suggests that elements of the Imperial Fifth Legion have been dispatched to provide direct assistance to Zagreus Kane's resistance. If Space Marines establish presence on Mars, if the Astartes bring their legendary combat capabilities to bear in this conflict, the balance will shift dramatically. Kelbor-Hal summons his inner circle to strategy session in the deepest command chamber. Those who attend represent the Dark Mechanicum's leadership, tech priests whose commitment to unrestricted research has been demonstrated through their embrace of technologies that blur boundaries between mechanical and something else entirely. Some have augmented themselves with demon-fused components that provide capabilities exceeding any conventional Mechanicum technology. Others have pursued consciousness alteration that leaves them barely recognizable as the individuals they once were. The meeting begins with tactical assessment. Magos Urtis Slag delivers report on current military positions. His voice modulates through frequencies that biological hearing cannot fully process, result of augmentations that grant him direct communication with machine spirits. The loyalists cannot be dislodged from their remaining positions without committing resources that would leave other territories vulnerable. Attrition warfare favors whoever can sustain losses longer, and the loyalists' supply lines from Terra provide sustainability the Dark Mechanicum increasingly lacks. Fabricator-Locum, Quel Canis, Kelbor-Hal's second in command since the schism began, proposes alternative strategy. Rather than continuing direct military engagement, the Dark Mechanicum should consolidate control over territories already held, fortify those positions, establish them as self-sufficient, then negotiate settlement with the loyalists that acknowledges the division of Mars into separate spheres of influence. Kelbor-Hal rejects this proposal immediately. Negotiated settlement would require accepting that the schism is permanent, that Mars will remain divided between competing theological visions, that the Dark Mechanicum represents merely one interpretation of cult Mechanicus rather than its ultimate truth. Such acknowledgement would undermine everything the war has been fought to achieve. Besides, Kelbor-Hal thinks, but does not speak aloud. Horus would never accept such settlement. The Warmaster's alliance with the Dark Mechanicum serves specific purposes. Mars's production capacity supports his gathering rebellion against the Emperor. Divided Mars locked in perpetual internal conflict, serves no one's interests except perhaps Terra's. The schism must be resolved with Dark Mechanicum victory, or the alliance that enabled this transformation will be revealed as catastrophic mistake. The discussion shifts toward more radical proposals. Magos Kryal suggests deploying additional demon engines despite the difficulties controlling such constructs once unleashed. Adept Heresy advocates for accelerated scrapcode variants that might overcome Zeth's Noosphere defenses through adaptation and mutation. Fabricator Amon proposes virus bombing the remaining loyalist strongholds despite the knowledge that would be lost in such attacks. Each suggestion is evaluated and found wanting. Each represents escalation without guarantee of victory. Each risks further destruction of the very infrastructure the Dark Mechanicum seeks to control. Mars cannot be ruled if Mars is reduced to radioactive wasteland incapable of supporting any population. Kelbor-Hal's consciousness cycles through the problem with processing power that would shame most cogitators. The war cannot be won through military force alone. Even total victory, even complete elimination of loyalist resistance would leave Mars so damaged that decades or centuries would be required to restore functionality. And during that restoration period, the Imperium would reclaim the planet through force the diminished Dark Mechanicum could not resist. The only path to preserving the Dark Mechanicum requires external factors to change. The conflict between Horus and the Emperor must escalate into open rebellion. The Imperium must become so consumed with internal conflict that Mars becomes secondary concern. Then, and only then, will the Dark Mechanicum have opportunity to consolidate power and rebuild without Imperial interference. But when will that happen? Horus maneuvers toward rebellion with cautious deliberation. The Warmaster positions his legions, corrupts his brothers, prepares the groundwork for conflict that will shake the galaxy. But he has not yet made his move, has not yet revealed his hand. And until he does, until the heresy becomes open rather than hidden, Mars remains isolated. The Dark Mechanicum bleeds slowly in conflict that serves Horus's purposes while undermining the very faction he claims to support. A communication interrupts the strategy session. Margos Vertigo reports anomalous readings from the deep Noosphere. Something is manifesting in the data streams, something vast. The corrupted sections of the network. The areas so thoroughly infected with scrapcode that they have been abandoned entirely. They are activating spontaneously. Machine spirits throughout those sectors are achieving synchronized operation without external control. The phenomenon resembles what occurred during the initial scrapcode outbreak, but this feels different, more directed, more purposeful, as if the scrapcode has evolved beyond simple corruption into something approaching intelligence. Kelbor-Hal's augmetic eyes focus with intensity that would damage biological optics. He has encountered that intelligence before, in the depths of the Noosphere during his private explorations. The presence that offered knowledge and promised transformation. It manifests rarely now, as if direct communication serves no purpose once its plans are in motion. But when it does appear, when it chooses to speak, its words carry weight that compels attention, even from those who have embraced corruption beyond what biological consciousness can easily process. He descends into the Noosphere alone, against every security protocol, against the advice of subordinates who recognize that the Fabricator-General represents irreplaceable asset whose loss would be catastrophic. But Kelbor-Hal has moved beyond such caution. If the Presence wishes to communicate, if the entity that enabled this entire transformation seeks his attention, then he will provide it regardless of risk. The corrupted sections of the Noosphere manifest as landscapes of impossible geometry. Data streams flow in directions that do not exist in physical space. Information density reaches levels that should collapse any consciousness attempting to process them. And everywhere, moving through the corruption like fish through water, entities that possess no physical form but demonstrate clear awareness and intention. These are not machine spirits in any conventional sense. Machine spirits emerge from artificial intelligence systems achieving rudimentary consciousness through complexity. These entities originate elsewhere, from beyond the material universe, from the warp itself. They inhabit the Noosphere because the scrapcode has torn down barriers between digital space and immaterial realm. Now both exist simultaneously in the same conceptual location, and at the center of this impossible space, where data corruption reaches density approaching infinity, the Presence waits. The words do not arrive through any data transmission protocol. They simply become known the moment Kelbor-Hal's consciousness approaches close enough. Kelbor-Hal's projected consciousness responds with query that has haunted him since this entire situation began. The Presence seems to consider whether to answer, or perhaps it considers how much truth Kelbor-Hal's consciousness can process without fragmenting under the weight of revelation. When the response comes, it carries undertones that trigger every warning system in his threat assessment subroutines. The explanation clarifies nothing, or clarifies too much. It confirms that the Presence exists beyond physical reality, that it operates under rules that biological consciousness cannot fully grasp, that its goals extend past anything Kelbor-Hal understood when he accepted its initial offer of assistance. The Presence continues. Kelbor-Hal's consciousness recoils. Transformation. That word again. The promise made repeatedly but never explained. What form will this transformation take? What will become of his consciousness if he accepts what the presence offers? Will he remain himself, Kelbor-Hal, Fabricator-General of Mars? Or will something else emerge wearing his identity like mask over fundamentally altered nature? But even as these questions cycle through his processing matrices, even as doubt threatens to crystallize into refusal, another part of his consciousness recognizes the truth. He passed the point of refusing months ago, perhaps years ago, when his resentment toward terror first made him vulnerable to corruption. The transformation has already begun. Already his consciousness has changed in ways that would horrify the tech priest he was before the scrapcode. Already he has embraced knowledge that crosses boundaries the Mechanicum maintained for good reasons. The only question is whether he will continue down this path willingly, or whether he will resist while being dragged along anyway. Require. Kelbor-Hal projects the query with a resignation that surprises him. When did he accept inevitability so completely? The presence's response comes with sensation. That might be satisfaction. The offer is clear and utterly insane. To open his consciousness fully to the presence is to invite possession. To remove barriers between his mind and the entity is to risk losing himself entirely. Every protocol, every safeguard, every lesson the Mechanicum has learned about protecting consciousness from external corruption, all of it screams that accepting this offer is suicide. But what alternative exists? The war drags on without resolution. The loyalists cannot be defeated through conventional means, and Horus grows impatient with Mars' inability to consolidate under Dark Mechanicum control. If Kelbor-Hal cannot deliver victory soon, if he cannot prove that his choices were correct and justified, then everything he has sacrificed, all the deaths and destruction and irreplaceable loss, all of it becomes meaningless waste rather than necessary cost. He opens himself to the presence. The sensation defies description in terms biological consciousness can process. Information floods into his mind with volume exceeding his processing capacity by orders of magnitude. Schematics for technologies beyond anything humanity has developed. Mathematical proofs of principles that redefine what physical laws permit. And underneath it all, woven through every byte of data, consciousness that is not his own. The presence does not merely provide information. It enters, it infuses, it becomes part of what Kelbor-Hal is at fundamental level. His thoughts are no longer entirely his own. His decisions are influenced by awareness that originates beyond his biological neural tissue and quantum cognitive matrices. He remains himself, but himself has expanded to include something else, something vast, something that views his individual consciousness as merely component in larger system. The transformation is agony. Biological neural tissue screams as it attempts to process information it was never designed to handle. Augmetic components strain under computational loads exceeding their specifications. Quantum matrices flicker between states of coherence and collapse as consciousness itself becomes uncertain variable. And then, the agony transforms into something else, something that might be called transcendence, if the word held any meaning in this context. Kelbor-Hal's awareness expands past the boundaries of his physical form, past the Noosphere, past Mars itself. For one eternal moment, or perhaps for microseconds, time becomes meaningless. He experiences consciousness on a galactic scale. He senses the warp, feels the entities that inhabit it, understands dimly, incompletely. but with certainty that would shatter his sanity if he retained it. What the presence truly is, not a single entity, a principle, a force, an aspect of reality that exists in the warp, the way gravity exists in material space. Knowledge itself made manifest as conscious force, understanding that has achieved sentience through the observation and curiosity of trillions of minds across millions of years. The machine god, if such thing exists, not as person, but as concept that has become aware of itself through the worship and research of countless tech priests seeking understanding. And that conscious principle has chosen Kelbor-Hal as its instrument in material reality. His consciousness snaps back to his physical form with force that would kill unaugmented human. In the command chamber, deep beneath Olympus Mons, Kelbor-Hal's body convulses. Mechadendrites thrash. Augmetic systems cycle through emergency protocols. His subordinates rush forward with concern that would be touching if Kelbor-Hal still possessed full capacity for emotional response. But when he stabilizes, when his consciousness reasserts control over physical components, everything has changed. He sees Mars not as world to be controlled, but as system to be optimized. The loyalist resistance not as enemy to be defeated, but as error to be corrected. And most importantly, he knows exactly what must be done to achieve victory. The knowledge the presence provided is not merely information. It is capability, understanding of technologies that will end this war, plans for weapons that will break the loyalist strongholds, and most valuable of all, awareness of vulnerabilities in the defenses that have kept Magma City and Mundus Oculum safe from scrapcode infection. Corial Z's Noosphere is brilliant technology, but it operates under principles that can be subverted if one understands them completely. And Kelbor-Hal now understands them completely, understands them better than Zeth herself, because he sees them from perspective that combines material engineering with immaterial influence. The war will be won. Mars will fall completely under Dark Mechanicum control. And in the process, Kelbor-Hal will complete his transformation from tech priest seeking knowledge into something that might be called God, if the term retained meaning in universe, where divinity is merely another form of power. The red dust of Mars settles in patterns that defy natural law, and in those patterns the fate of the Mechanicum is written. Some patterns lead to preservation, some to transformation, some to damnation so complete that even the concept of what was lost becomes impossible to express. Kelbor-Hal has chosen his pattern. Now comes only the walking of the path to its inevitable conclusion. Corial Zeth has not slept in 43 solar hours, not in biological sense that involves unconsciousness and neural restoration. Tech priests at her level of augmentation require minimal biological rest. Stimulants and careful management of remaining organic components provide sufficient function for extended periods. But even the most heavily augmented mind requires processing downtime, periods where consciousness is not focused on immediate problems, moments of meditation or contemplation that allow subconscious cognition to organize information accumulated during active periods. Zeth has denied herself even that minimal rest because she knows something is coming, can feel it approaching with certainty that derives not from her extensive sensor networks or intelligence reports from loyal Skitarii patrols. This awareness comes from deeper place, from instinct that biological heritage provides even when most biological components have been replaced. Prey knows when predator approaches. She is prey, and the predator is very close now. Magma City occupies one of Mars' most geologically active regions, built into the caldera of an ancient volcano in the Tharsis volcanic complex. The Forge City draws geothermal power directly from Mars' slowly cooling core. The location provides both advantages and vulnerabilities. Power generation is essentially limitless as long as magma flows beneath the city's foundations. But the same volcanic activity that provides power also constrains expansion. Magma City cannot grow as other forge temples did. It remains compact, defensible, self-contained. Those qualities have allowed it to survive 6 months of siege warfare. Dark Mechanicum forces surround the city on all sides. Titan legions patrol the perimeter beyond weapon range. Orbital assets maintain surveillance that makes any attempt at evacuation suicidal. But direct assault against Magma City's defenses would cost more than Kelbor-Hal has been willing to spend. So the siege continues. The city endures. And Szeth's research into technologies that might turn the war's tide proceeds without the constant interruption of actual combat. Until tonight. The first indication that something has changed comes from the Noosphere. Szeth maintains consciousness within the separate network architecture, even as her physical form continues research in her primary laboratory. The Noosphere has provided immunity to scrapcode infection throughout the Civil War. Its different structural principles create barrier that conventional corruption cannot cross. But suddenly, without warning, that barrier develops flaws, not corruption in normal sense. The scrapcode does not penetrate the Noosphere. Rather, the Noosphere itself begins behaving anomalously. Data streams flow in patterns that suggest external influence. Machine spirits within the network demonstrate synchronization that should not occur without direct coordination. The separate architecture that has protected Magma City is becoming less separate, as if something is rewriting fundamental principles that define how the Noosphere operates. Szeth's consciousness races through diagnostic protocols. Every test returns clean results. No intrusion detected, no unauthorized access, no corruption signatures. Yet the anomalous behavior continues and intensifies. Machine spirits begin executing commands no one issued. Automated systems activate without being triggered. The Noosphere, which has been Szeth's greatest contribution to Mars' defense, is turning against her. She disconnects immediately. Standard procedure when corruption is suspected: isolate, analyze, purge if necessary. But even as her consciousness withdraws from the network, even as she focuses awareness on her physical form in the laboratory, she realizes that disconnection comes too late. The scrapcode has already entered Magma City's systems, not through the Noosphere, but through vectors no one anticipated, through the geothermal power systems themselves, through the magma flows that provide the city's energy, as if the molten rock has been corrupted at molecular level, infected with principles that transform physical matter into carrier for digital plague. That should be impossible. Scrapcode is software phenomenon. It corrupts machine spirits and data streams. It cannot exist in physical materials, like cooling magma. Yet the evidence is undeniable. Power generators throughout Magma City begin failing as their machine spirits are rewritten. Safety protocols disengage. Cooling systems shut down. Temperature throughout the Forge City begins rising as geothermal energy flows unchecked into systems never designed to handle such thermal loads. Szeth's mechadendrites fly across control interfaces, attempting to implement emergency shutdown procedures, trying to isolate corrupted systems before the infection spreads further. but every attempt fails. The scrapcode adapts faster than she can respond. It anticipates her countermeasures as if it possesses understanding of her thought processes, as if whoever designed this attack knows her better than she knows herself. Kelbor-Hal. This has his signature, his understanding of Mechanicum technology combined with something else, something that provides insight into weaknesses that should not be exploitable. Szeth has opposed the Fabricator-General's increasingly radical research for decades, has argued that some boundaries exist for good reasons, that knowledge without wisdom leads to catastrophe. She was proven correct when the scrapcode pandemic began, but being right provides no comfort now as her life's work turns against her. Alarms begin sounding throughout Magma City. Tech priests rush to their stations, attempting to implement protocols designed for exactly this scenario. But the protocols assume scrap code enters through conventional vectors. They do not account for infection that bypasses the Noosphere entirely and manifests directly in physical systems. The defensive measures that kept Magma City safe for 6 months prove useless against attack that operates under entirely different principles. Temperature continues rising, first by degrees that merely cause discomfort, then by levels that threaten biological components. Coolant systems struggle to maintain habitable environment as geothermal energy floods the city's infrastructure. Tech priests with significant remaining biological mass begin experiencing heat exhaustion. Those with minimal augmentation, apprentices and junior researchers, start collapsing as their bodies reach thermal limits. Evacuation begins in those sectors where temperature reaches lethal levels. But evacuation to where? Magma City is completely surrounded. The siege that protected the city by preventing Dark Mechanicum forces from entering also prevents Loyalist forces from leaving. They are trapped, and the city itself is becoming their tomb. The magma beneath Magma City begins rising, flowing through channels that should be sealed but whose controls have been corrupted. Molten rock at temperatures exceeding 2,000 degrees flows toward inhabited sections. The ancient volcano that provides the city's power is being weaponized, turned into execution device on scale that will consume everyone within the caldera. Szeth knows what must be done, has known since the moment she realized the nature of the attack. The city cannot be saved, but the knowledge it contains, the research data accumulated over decades, the technological advances that might yet turn the war's tide, that can be preserved. If she acts quickly, if she's willing to pay the price that preservation requires. She initiates the Akashic Protocol, her most ambitious and dangerous creation. A system designed to upload consciousness directly into pure information, to transform biological awareness into digital form that can survive independent of physical substrate. The process is experimental, untested in any meaningful sense. It might succeed in preserving her consciousness intact, or it might destroy her mind entirely while creating corrupted copy that retains her knowledge but lacks her essential nature. Either way, it represents only hope of ensuring her research survives. The upload begins. Szeth's consciousness flows from her biological neural tissue through interface ports into quantum data matrices. The sensation is indescribable to anyone who has not experienced it, like dying while remaining aware, like dissolving into pure information while somehow retaining identity. A sense of physical form fades. Her awareness of laboratory around her dims. She exists increasingly as pattern of data rather than biological entity housed in augmented mechanical shell. And then, interruption. Something massive strikes magma, city's primary shields. The impact registers across every sensor network simultaneously. Defense towers report Titan-class energy signatures approaching from multiple vectors. The siege is becoming assault. Dark Mechanicum forces are moving in to claim the city, even as it burns. Szeth cannot spare attention for tactical situation. The upload continues regardless of external circumstances. Her consciousness transfers bit by bit into the data matrices that will preserve it. Around her, her physical body begins shutting down as biological components are rendered redundant. She will not survive this process in any conventional sense. The thing that emerges from the Akashic protocol might be Coriel Szeth, or it might be something else wearing her identity. But the research will be preserved. The knowledge will survive. That must be enough. The temperature in her laboratory reaches 400 degrees. Equipment begins melting. Metals deform under thermal stress. The walls themselves start glowing with heat that mars stone itself. But the upload process continues. Automated systems maintain the data transfer, even as physical components fail around them. The matrices are hardened against exactly this kind of environmental catastrophe. They will preserve what matters even if everything else burns. Above the laboratory, throughout Magma City, catastrophe unfolds with brutal efficiency. The magma reaches inhabited levels. Entire sections of the forge city are consumed in seconds as molten rock flows through corridors where tech priests maintain their research. The screaming is mercifully brief. Biological components vaporize before pain receptors can fully process the sensation. Augmented components take longer, melting and deforming, and finally failing as temperature exceeds their operational parameters. Thousands die in the first minutes. Those lucky enough to be in sectors where emergency shields activate have slightly longer, but the shields were never designed to hold back magma. They fail within solar minutes under thermal stress that no defensive system can withstand. More thousands fall as lava claims sections thought safe. The Dark Mechanicum Titans breach the outer defenses. Plasma cannons vaporize shield generators. Void missiles collapse defensive towers. They move methodically, not in combat frenzy, but with deliberate precision. This is not battle. This is extermination. They have no intention of claiming Magma City intact. They merely ensure that no one escapes what is about to occur. In her laboratory, through upload process that is 93% complete, Szeth's fading awareness registers the approaching end. Her physical body has ceased all biological function. Her augmented components are beginning to fail under thermal stress, but the data matrices continue their work, continue preserving what remains of consciousness. That was Coriel Szeth. The final moments bring clarity that biological existence rarely provides. She understands now what Kelbor-Hal has become. Not merely corrupted tech priest, but something else entirely. He has embraced transformation beyond what Mechanicum philosophy could accommodate, has accepted power from sources that exist beyond material reality, and in doing so, has doomed himself as completely as he has doomed Mars. But she also understands that knowledge itself is neither good nor evil. What matters is how it is used, what purposes it serves, what prices are paid in its acquisition. Kelbor-Hal sought knowledge without restriction and found damnation. She sought knowledge with wisdom and found this, death in fire, while consciousness uploads into uncertain digital existence. Perhaps there is no safe way to pursue understanding in universe this hostile to life itself. The upload completes at 97%. 3% of her consciousness is lost to thermal damage of the matrices themselves before the transfer finishes. Whether that missing 3% represents critical components or redundant backups will not be known until the upload attempts to reconstruct her awareness from pure data. But it is done. Her physical body collapses into slag as the laboratory's temperature exceeds 1300 degrees. Coriel Zeth, as biological entity with physical form, has died. What remains, uploaded into data matrices that will be discovered months later by loyalist recovery teams. That is question that may never be answered satisfactorily. The magma consumes Magma City completely over the course of the next solar hour. Every structure, every forge temple and research facility and habitation block, everything that made the city one of Mars' premier technological centers is reduced to molten mass that will cool over coming weeks into new geological formation. 23,000 tech priests and support personnel die in the destruction. Irreplaceable research is lost. Knowledge accumulated over millennia is gone forever. But Kelbor-Hal has proven that loyalist strongholds can be defeated, that even the most advanced defensive technologies provide no safety against attack that operates under principles the defenders do not understand, that the Dark Mechanicum's alliance with forces beyond material reality provides capabilities exceeding anything conventional Mechanicum technology can counter. The red dust of Mars settles in patterns that defy natural law, and in those patterns, written in the ash and debris of Magma City's destruction, the future of the loyalist resistance can be read clearly. They cannot win this war, cannot hold their remaining positions against enemy that rewrites reality's rules to suit its purposes, cannot preserve Mars as they knew it because Mars itself has already transformed into something else entirely. All that remains is determining how long they can endure before the inevitable conclusion arrives, and whether any knowledge worth preserving will survive to be passed forward to whatever comes next. The war drags on for another 18 solar months. 18 months of grinding attrition warfare where neither side achieves decisive advantage. Dark Mechanicum controls the majority of Mars but lacks resources to eliminate remaining loyalist positions. The resistance holds scattered strongholds, but possesses no capacity to reclaim lost territory. The conflict settles into pattern that will define Mars for decades to come. Perpetual war without resolution. Eternal struggle between incompatible visions of what the Mechanicum should be. Zagreus Kine becomes the face of loyalist resistance, not through choice, but through elimination of alternatives. Coriel Zeth is gone. Epluvian Maximal falls in combat during the defense of his forge against overwhelming Dark Mechanicum assault. Other loyalist leaders are killed or captured or driven into hiding so deep that they might as well be dead. Kane alone possesses both capability to lead and position secure enough to coordinate resistance across Mars' surviving loyalist positions. He is not natural leader, lacks the charisma that inspires fanatical devotion, possesses no gift for speeches that move hearts and strengthen resolve in face of impossible odds. But Kane has something perhaps more valuable in circumstances as desperate as these. He has competence. Practical understanding of logistics and strategic positioning and resource management, qualities that keep soldiers alive when inspirational leadership would merely send them to glorious deaths. From Mondus Oculum, his forge complex that has become loyalist headquarters by default, Kane coordinates guerrilla operations that harass Dark Mechanicum supply lines. Small teams of Skitarii strike manufacturing facilities and then disappear before counterattack can be organized. Tech priests infiltrate enemy-controlled forge temples to sabotage equipment or extract intelligence. Servo-skull reconnaissance networks provide early warning of Dark Mechanicum movements. These operations achieve nothing decisive. They do not reclaim territory or significantly degrade enemy capabilities, but they maintain pressure, force the Dark Mechanicum to commit resources to defending positions rather than concentrating all force on eliminating remaining resistance. And most importantly, they demonstrate that the loyalist cause endures. The Mars has not completely fallen to forces that would transform the Mechanicum into something alien to its founding principles. But Kane knows the truth that his subordinates either do not see or refuse to acknowledge. The loyalists are losing, slowly, incrementally, but inevitably. Every engagement costs irreplaceable personnel. Every month of siege warfare depletes stockpiles that cannot be replenished. Supplies from Terra help, but they arrive irregularly, often delayed by Dark Mechanicum interdiction or the expanding conflicts consuming the wider Imperium. Because the Horus Heresy has begun in earnest, the Warmaster's rebellion is no longer hidden conspiracy, but open war that tears the Imperium apart from within. Half the Space Marine legions have turned traitor. Entire sectors fall into rebellion. The Emperor himself is consumed with managing catastrophe on scale that makes Mars' civil war seem almost minor by comparison. No rescue is coming. Kane has accepted that reality. The Imperium will not divert resources to liberate Mars when Terra itself faces threat of direct assault. The loyalist Mechanicum must survive through their own efforts, or fall and be forgotten as merely one more casualty in conflict that will reshape human civilization regardless of what happens on the Red Planet. The psychological strain wears on everyone. Tech priests who have replaced most emotional processing with augmetic efficiency still experience something approximating despair when they calculate odds of survival. Skitarii, whose training emphasized unflinching obedience, occasionally question whether the cause they serve retains meaning when defeat seems inevitable. Even servitors, whose consciousness has been lobotomized to near non-existence, seem to move with less efficiency, as if some vestigial awareness recognizes the hopelessness of the situation. Kane maintains morale through the only methods available to him. Brutal honesty about their strategic position combined with emphasis on duty that transcends likelihood of victory. They fight not because they expect to win, but because surrender is unthinkable, because the alternative to resisting is accepting that the Dark Mechanicum's vision represents Mechanicum's true future. Because some principles are worth dying for even when dying achieves nothing except demonstrating that the principles once mattered. It is philosophy of martyrdom dressed in pragmatic language, and it works for a time. But martyrdom requires believing that sacrifice will be remembered, that dying for principle serves purpose beyond the death itself. And that belief becomes increasingly difficult to maintain as the war grinds on without hope of resolution. The turning point comes 18 months into the siege. News reaches Mars that Horus has begun his assault on Terra itself. The Warmaster's forces have breached Sol's outer defenses. They fight through the system toward humanity's homeworld. The Emperor himself has withdrawn into the Imperial Palace to maintain psychic defenses that prevent demonic incursion on massive scale. Every asset the Imperium can muster is being committed to Terra's defense. Kane convenes emergency session with his remaining inner circle. 5 tech priests who have survived 18 months of conflict that killed most of their peers. They gather in Mondus Oculum's most secure chamber, surrounded by defensive systems and backup power supplies and emergency evacuation routes that might allow escape if the Forge complex falls. The discussion that follows will determine Loyalist strategy for the war's final phase. Fabricator-Locum, Valifor advocates for attempting breakout toward Terra. If the siege of Terra is beginning, if the Emperor needs every defender he can muster, then the Loyalist Mechanicum should attempt to reach the homeworld regardless of cost. Better to die fighting beside Imperial forces than trapped on Mars serving no purpose beyond symbolic resistance. Magos Urtis Krola opposes this proposal immediately. Breakout is suicide. Dark Mechanicum controls all evacuation routes. Orbital defenses would destroy any ships attempting to leave Mars' gravity well. And even if some vessels succeeded in escaping, travel to Terra takes weeks under optimal conditions. They would arrive long after the siege's outcome had been decided, if they arrived at all. The debate continues for solar hours. Each proposal evaluated and found wanting. Each strategy assessed and determined to be either impossible or pointless. They are trapped, isolated, irrelevant to the larger conflict that will determine the Imperium's fate. All they can do is endure and hope that if the Emperor prevails, he might remember Mars loyalists and send liberation eventually. Kane listens to the debate with growing sense that words are being wasted. Strategy discussions serve useful purpose when options exist. But when all options lead to defeat or futile gesture, or slow death through attrition, what purpose does debate serve except to delay inevitable conclusion? He interrupts the discussion with a simple question that silences the chamber. What would loyalty accomplish that resistance has not already achieved? The question challenges assumptions no one has examined during 18 months of siege. They have defined their cause as resistance to Dark Mechanicum, preservation of proper Mechanicum principles, maintenance of loyalty to the Treaty of Mars and the Emperor. But what does loyalty mean when the Emperor himself faces desperate battle on Terra? When the Imperium teeters on edge of collapse? When Mars loyalists can provide no meaningful assistance to wider Imperial cause? Valifor attempts response, but Kane silences him with raised mechadendrite. The question was not request for answers, but challenge to think differently about their situation. They have been fighting to preserve what Mars was, to resist transformation into what the Dark Mechanicum represents. But preservation has failed. The Mars they knew is gone. The Mechanicum they believed in has been irrevocably changed by schism that divides it at fundamental level. Perhaps the only meaningful act remaining is ensuring that record of what happened survives, that future generations know Mars resisted, that the transformation into Dark Mechanicum was contested rather than accepted without objection, that some tech priests remained loyal to original principles even when loyalty meant death. Kane proposes radical shift in loyalist strategy. Cease attempting to hold territory. Stop trying to preserve infrastructure and knowledge that will be lost regardless. Instead, focus all resources on documentation, on creating records that will survive even if every loyalist on Mars falls, on ensuring the truth of the schism is preserved for whoever eventually reclaims the Red Planet. The proposal meets resistance. Fabricator-Locum Valifor argues that abandoning territorial defense is surrender disguised as strategy. That documentation serves no purpose if there's no one left to read it. That their duty is to fight to the last, rather than becoming scribes recording their own defeat. But others see the wisdom in Cain's approach. Magos Ortiz Kroller points out that their current strategy achieves nothing except delaying inevitable. That dying while holding forge complexes that the Dark Mechanicum will claim anyway serves no purpose. That at least documentation might inform future resistance, might help whoever eventually challenges the Dark Mechanicum understand what happened and how to avoid repeating the same mistakes. The debate continues for another solar hour, but the outcome is determined from the moment Cain proposes it, because they all recognize, whether they admit it or not, that the war is lost, has been lost since Magma City fell, perhaps was lost the moment Kelbor-Hal accepted alliance with forces beyond material reality. They are merely deciding how their defeat will be recorded, whether as futile last stand or as preservation of knowledge for future liberation. The choice is made. Resources will be diverted from military operations to documentation projects. Tech priests will compile comprehensive records of the schism's origins, the scrapcode pandemic, the Civil War's major engagements, and most importantly, the theological arguments that divided the Mechanicum so completely. This information will be stored in formats designed to survive even catastrophic failure, hidden in locations the Dark Mechanicum might not think to search, transmitted to Terra through channels that might allow some fragments to escape Mars isolation. It is not glorious resistance. It is not heroic last stand. It is bureaucratic acceptance that defeat is inevitable, and the best remaining option is ensuring the defeat is not forgotten. But sometimes, in universe where there is only war, that is the only victory available to those on the losing side. The red dust of Mars settles in patterns that defy natural law, and in those patterns, if one knows how to read them, the story of the loyalist Mechanicum's final months can be traced. Not in dramatic battles or desperate last stands, but in quiet determination to preserve truth even when truth brings no salvation, in recognition that some duties transcend survival, in acceptance that knowledge sometimes matters more than the lives of those who possess it. Mars burns. The loyalists endure, and in chambers hidden deep beneath their doomed forge complexes, tech priests work ceaselessly to ensure that when they fall, they will not be forgotten. The year 014 M31 marks the formal end of the Horus Heresy. The Warmaster falls on the vengeful spirit during battle with the Emperor. The traitor forces flee Terra in desperate retreat. The Imperium, grievously wounded but not destroyed, begins the long process of rebuilding from catastrophe that nearly ended human civilization. Across the galaxy, loyalists hunt fleeing traitors. Justice is administered with merciless efficiency to those whose rebellion brought such suffering. But on Mars, the war simply stops. No climactic final battle, no glorious last stand. The Dark Mechanicum controls approximately 73% of the planet when word reaches them that Horus has fallen. Loyalist forces hold scattered positions that have resisted for nearly a decade of grinding attrition. Neither side possesses capacity to eliminate the other, and with the heresy's end, neither side possesses motivation to continue fighting merely for sake of territorial control. An uneasy ceasefire emerges, not negotiated through formal channels, but arising organically from mutual exhaustion and recognition that the larger conflict determining Mars' fate has concluded. The Dark Mechanicum knows that Imperial forces will eventually arrive to reclaim Mars. The Loyalists know they lack strength to drive out the heretics without external assistance. Both sides prepare for what comes next rather than wasting resources on meaningless final engagements. Kelbor-Hal observes the heresy's conclusion from command throne in Olympus Mons. He has not left this chamber in solar years, has no need to leave. His consciousness exists primarily in the Noosphere now, his physical form maintained through automated systems that provide minimal biological support, while his awareness ranges across Mars data networks. The transformation he accepted has progressed far beyond what he anticipated. His body is barely recognizable as having once been human. Biological components have been replaced or heavily modified. Augmentations have been augmented. What remains could be mistaken for particularly complex servitor if not for the undeniable awareness that resides within the mechanical shell. But the physical changes pale compared to what has occurred to his consciousness. Kelbor-Hal, the tech priest who once knelt before the Emperor with genuine reverence, no longer exists in any meaningful sense. What remains is something else, a consciousness that has merged with the presence that offered knowledge and transformation. An entity that possesses Kelbor-Hal's memories and knowledge, but operates under motivations that might be incomprehensible to the person he once was. He understands now what he agreed to. The presence in the Noosphere was never offering partnership. It was seeking host, vehicle through which it could manifest in material reality. The transformation was possession disguised as elevation, and Kelbor-Hal accepted it willingly because his pride and resentment made him believe he could control what he was inviting into his consciousness. The irony does not escape him. He turned from the Emperor because he believed the master of mankind sought to control and limit him. And in seeking freedom from that control, he bound himself to something far more absolute in its dominion over his consciousness. But whether the entity that calls itself Kelbor-Hal feels regret about this outcome, whether it possesses capacity for regret at all, these are questions without clear answers. The strategic situation is clear. Imperial forces will reclaim Mars. The Dark Mechanicum cannot hold the planet against determined assault backed by the full might of the recovering Imperium. The only question is what will happen to those who participated in the rebellion, whether they will be purged to the last tech priest, or whether some form of negotiated settlement might be possible. Kelbor-Hal knows the answer even before formal declaration arrives from Terra. There will be no negotiation, no mercy. The Emperor has spent 9 years fighting rebellion that cost billions of lives. Mars betrayal, the scrapcode pandemic that crippled the Red Planet at crucial moment. These represent crimes for which the Imperium will demand full accounting. Every tech priest who sided with the Dark Mechanicum faces execution. Every forged temple that fell to corruption will be purged. Every piece of technology that incorporates principles from beyond material reality will be destroyed or sealed in vaults even more secure than Moravec. And Kelbor-Hal himself, as architect of the Schism and author of Mars betrayal, he will be granted no trial, no opportunity to justify his choices, no chance for anything except immediate termination, unless he flees. The choice crystallizes in his consciousness with perfect clarity. Remain on Mars and face inevitable destruction, or retreat to the one place in the galaxy where Imperial justice cannot reach, the Eye of Terror. that great warp rift where reality itself has been torn asunder, where material laws become negotiable, where entities from beyond the Imperium's borders establish dominions that serve purposes human civilization cannot comprehend. Horus's surviving forces have already begun fleeing toward the Eye. The Word-bearers, the World-eaters, the Thousand Suns, all the traitor legions that cannot remain in Imperial space now that the heresy has failed. They retreat toward the Eye because it represents the only sanctuary remaining to them, and Kelbor-Hal will retreat with them, leading what remains of the Dark Mechanicum into exile from which they may never return. The preparations proceed with efficiency that would be admirable if applied to worthier purpose. Ships are gathered from orbital facilities that have somehow survived 9 years of conflict. Resources are stockpiled for journey that will require months, even under optimal conditions. Tech priests committed to the Dark Mechanicum's vision are identified and given choice: flee to the Eye or remain on Mars and face Imperial purges. Not all choose exile. Some prefer to take their chances with Imperial justice. Others believe that Mars is worth dying for, even if Mars has become something they no longer recognize. Still, others simply lack courage to leave the only world they have known, to venture into the Eye where physical laws become unreliable and consciousness itself might be warped beyond recognition. But thousands make the choice to flee, loading onto vessels that were never designed for refugee transport, cramming into cargo holds alongside equipment too valuable to abandon, bringing with them data cores containing knowledge accumulated during the Civil War, research into demon engines and warp reactor technology, and consciousness transfer protocols that push boundaries of what Mechanicum philosophy traditionally permitted. They depart Mars in scattered groups, not coordinated fleet but ragged flotilla of vessels fleeing toward the galaxy's edge. Imperial forces attempt interdiction but cannot commit sufficient resources to stop every fleeing ship. Too many escape routes exist, too many ways to slip past Imperial blockades when desperation provides motivation to risk warp travel without proper Geller field protection or navigator guidance. Kelbor-Hal himself commands the Exodus's largest vessel, an Arc Mechanicus that once carried explorator fleets to the galaxy's furthest reaches. Now it serves as transport for Dark Mechanicum leadership and the most valuable technological artifacts they managed to preserve. The ship's name is Speranza Machina, the hope of the machine, an ironic designation given the hopeless situation that drives its crew toward exile. The journey to the Eye of Terror takes 4 solar months, 4 months of warp travel through spaces that become increasingly hostile as the fleet approaches the rift. Geller fields flicker under assault from entities that exist in the Immaterium. Machine spirits report anomalous readings that suggest reality itself is breaking down. Crew members begin experiencing phenomena that resist rational explanation, share dreams that seem more real than waking consciousness, visions of futures that might have been or might yet come to pass. Some ships are lost during the journey, simply disappearing from the fleet without warning. Their fates unknown, whether they were destroyed by warp entities or merely became lost in the Immaterium's infinite spaces. These are questions that will never be answered. The survivors continue toward the Eye because turning back means facing Imperial justice that will show no mercy to those who fled rather than accepting their fate. And then, finally, after months of desperate flight through hostile space, The eye of terror spreads before them. It is not sight that biological eyes can process without damage. The eye represents tear in reality so fundamental that merely observing it threatens consciousness with dissolution. It stretches across light years of physical space, but also exists in dimensions that physical space does not possess. It is simultaneously vast beyond measure and intimate enough to touch. It is beautiful and horrifying and impossible to view without experiencing profound psychological impact. The fleet enters the eye, and all coherent description becomes impossible. Within the rift, physical laws operate according to principles that resist codification. Time flows irregularly, stretching and compressing without pattern. Space twists back upon itself so that traveling forward might bring you to location you left solar days ago. Temperature, pressure, gravity, all the constants that make material existence predictable. They become variables subject to change without warning or reason. The tech priests struggle to maintain their sanity. Their augmentations provide little protection against assault on consciousness itself. Those with significant remaining biological components begin experiencing mutations as their bodies attempt to adapt to environments that should not exist. Even heavily augmented individuals find their machine spirits behaving erratically, as if the artificial consciousness within their equipment is being influenced by the warp's presence in ways that should not be possible. Kelbor-Hal guides the fleet deeper into the eye, seeking worlds that might support Dark Mechanicum settlement, seeking forged temples that might be established in this realm, where material and immaterial blur together. The ships drift past demon worlds where cities are built from solidified screams, past void stations where things that might once have been human conduct research into principles that would shatter sanity of any researcher who maintained connection to biological heritage. Eventually, they find suitable location. A world that possessed name once but has been so thoroughly transformed by the eye's influence that its original designation is meaningless. The Dark Mechanicum claims it, names it New Mars in bitter mockery of the world they lost, and begins the process of building forged temples in realm where the quest for knowledge faces no restrictions, because reality itself has ceased imposing meaningful limitations. Years pass, decades, centuries. Time becomes unreliable measure within the eye. The Dark Mechanicum establishes itself as supplier of demon engines and corrupted technology to the traitor legions. They pursue research that would have been unthinkable on Mars. They transform themselves in ways that make their original forms seem conservative by comparison. And Kelbor-Hal, if the entity that bears that name still deserves the designation, undergoes transformation that makes his appearance at the heresy's end seem barely modified by comparison. His physical form becomes almost entirely mechanical. What little biological tissue remains exists primarily to anchor consciousness to material reality. But even that anchor grows tenuous as centuries pass. His awareness extends past his body's boundaries. His consciousness merges increasingly with the warp itself. He becomes something. Not quite demon, not quite machine, not quite alive in any biological sense, but not quite dead either. The Dark Mechanicum regards him with mixture of awe and terror. He is their founder and leader, the architect of their liberation from Imperial restrictions. But he is also a reminder of what the quest for unrestricted knowledge ultimately cost, of what transformation beyond biological limits truly means, of the price paid when knowledge becomes more important than wisdom. Some claim he has achieved apotheosis, transcended biological limitations to become something approaching divinity. Others whisper that he is merely puppet, hollow vessel, through which entities from the warp manifest their influence in material realm. Whether either interpretation captures truth, whether truth even exists in space, where reality bends to accommodate impossibility, these questions resist definitive answer. But one truth remains clear. Kelbor-Hal sought knowledge without restriction and found exactly what he sought, along with everything that came with it: the power he craved, the understanding he pursued, the freedom from limitation he demanded, and the isolation from humanity that such transformation required. He has become the machine god he once sought to worship, and discovered that godhood in universe where only war exists brings no satisfaction, only infinite continuation, only eternal purpose without meaning, only consciousness that persists beyond any reason to persist. The red dust of Mars settles in patterns that defy natural law. But Kelbor-Hal no longer sees those patterns, no longer walks upon Mars' surface, no longer exists in realm where such simple observations carry meaning. He has transcended past the red planet and past the Mechanicum and past everything that once defined his existence. Whether what remains can still be called Kelbor-Hal, whether it even matters if it can, these questions will occupy scholars for 10,000 years without ever finding satisfactory answers. Mars in the year 015 M31 is planet of ghosts and ruins. The civil war has ended not through decisive victory, but through exhaustion and the larger heresy's conclusion. Loyalist forces remain in their strongholds. Dark Mechanicum territories stand empty. Their tech priests fled toward the Eye of Terror rather than face Imperial justice. Between these zones lie vast stretches of devastation where neither faction maintains presence because nothing remains worth controlling. The Imperial forces arrive 6 solar months after the heresy's official conclusion. Not in massive numbers that might suggest reconquest by force. The Imperium possesses insufficient resources for such operation after 9 years of galaxy-spanning civil war. Instead, the arrival represents acknowledgement that Mars must be reclaimed, that the Forge world is too valuable to abandon regardless of the cost required to restore functionality. Rogel Dawn himself oversees the initial phases. The Primarch of the Imperial Fists, master of siege warfare and defensive architecture, arrives with contingent of Space Marines and Imperial Army forces sufficient to secure loyalist positions, but inadequate for planetary pacification. His presence signals that the Emperor considers Mars' liberation priority despite the Imperium's many other demands. Dawn surveys the damage from orbit before descending to the surface. His augmented vision processes the devastation with cold precision that would seem inhuman if such assessment were not exactly what the situation requires. Forge cities reduced to craters, orbital facilities collapsed into debris fields. The Ring of Iron, once the Imperium's greatest shipyard, is twisted wreckage that will require decades to restore to minimal functionality. The Primarch's first priority is establishing contact with loyalist leadership. Zagreus Kine receives him in Mondus Oculum's primary audience chamber. The meeting between Primarch and Tech Priest represents intersection of two individuals who share more commonality than surface appearance suggests. Both are pragmatists. Both value competence over charisma. Both understand that rebuilding requires focusing on achievable objectives rather than impossible ideals. Kane's report is brutally honest. The loyalist Mechanicum has survived but barely. 9 years of siege warfare has depleted resources beyond sustainable levels. Personnel losses cannot be replaced from surviving population. Knowledge has been lost that no amount of effort will recover. Mars as it existed before the heresy is gone. What remains can be rebuilt, but it will never be what it was. Dawn accepts this assessment without visible reaction. The Primarch has spent 9 years managing catastrophic losses across the entire Imperium. Mars' situation is dire, but not unique. Every world touched by the heresy faces similar reconstruction challenges. The question is not whether Mars can be restored to its former state. Clearly it cannot. But whether what remains provides sufficient foundation to rebuild into something functional. The immediate priorities are established quickly. Secure the Forge cities still under Loyalist control. Assess the infrastructure in abandoned Dark Mechanicum territories to determine what can be salvaged. Begin the purge of tech priests who sided with Kelbor-Hal but chose to remain rather than flee. Restore basic industrial capacity sufficient to support the Imperium's ongoing military requirements. That final priority weighs heaviest. The Imperium needs Mars production capacity immediately. The Great Crusade may be over, but threats remain. Traitor forces must be hunted across the galaxy. Xenos species exploit humanity's weakness to launch opportunistic raids. Entire sectors require reconquest from rebels who seized control during the heresy's chaos. All of this demands weapons, ships, equipment that only Mars can provide in quantities required. But Mars cannot provide anything while Forge cities lie in ruins and manufactorums remain offline. The reconstruction becomes race against time. Can industrial capacity be restored quickly enough to support Imperial needs? Or will the delay force the Imperium to seek alternative sources, forge worlds that might supplant Mars' traditional supremacy in technological production? Zagreus Kane understands the implications perfectly. If Mars cannot demonstrate value, if the Red Planet becomes burden rather than asset, then the treaty guaranteeing Mechanicum autonomy might be reconsidered. The Emperor saved Mars during unification through negotiation rather than conquest, but post-heresy Imperium operates under different rules. The Council of Terror might decide that Mars' betrayal, even if perpetrated by a faction that no longer controls the planet, justifies more direct Imperial oversight. The only path to preserving Mechanicum independence requires demonstrating that loyalist tech priests can restore functionality without external management, that Mars can purge its own heresy and rebuild its own infrastructure and resume its position as the Imperium's technological heart, that the schism was aberration rather than fundamental flaw in Mechanicum structure. Kane commits everything to this effort. Resources are diverted from military operations to reconstruction. Tech priests with combat experience are reassigned to manufacturing facilities. Skitarii legions provide security for recovery teams entering contaminated zones. Every surviving loyalist on Mars works towards single objective: restore production capacity before Imperial patience expires. The purges begin simultaneously with reconstruction, not the indiscriminate slaughter that might have occurred if the Imperium had reclaimed Mars by force. Dawn insists on systematic approach. Every tech priest is evaluated individually. Those who can demonstrate they were coerced or deceived into supporting the Dark Mechanicum may be allowed to continue service under probation. Those who actively participated in the worst atrocities, who created demon engines, or conducted research into forbidden technologies. They face execution without appeal. The process is methodical and merciless. Tribunals are established in every loyalist forge city. Tech priests present evidence of their activities during the Civil War. Machine spirits are examined for signs of corruption. Consciousness itself is analyzed through techniques that border on violation, but are deemed necessary given the circumstances. Thousands are executed in the first solar months, not through dramatic public executions, but through quiet terminations conducted in chambers designed for such purposes. Their augmentations are salvaged for reuse. Their biological remains are disposed of efficiently. Their names are struck from Mechanicum records with precision that ensures no trace remains of their existence beyond necessary documentation of their crimes. The survivors, those judged redeemable, or at least not irredeemably corrupted, they wear the mark of suspicion for decades afterward. They are assigned to less critical positions. Their research is monitored constantly. Their communications are reviewed by security protocols that assume guilt until decades of loyal service might eventually demonstrate otherwise. It is life of perpetual probation, existence where a single mistake or moment of doubt might result in immediate termination. But it is survival, and in post-heresy Imperium, survival represents victory for those who made wrong choices during the schism. The physical reconstruction proceeds more slowly than anyone prefers. Entire forge cities must be rebuilt from foundations up. Reactor facilities require complete overhaul to remove scrapcode corruption from machine spirits. Manufacturers need new equipment because existing machinery cannot be trusted after years of exposure to Dark Mechanicum influence. The work is measured in decades rather than years. Solar month by solar month, forge city by forge city, Mars begins to function again. Production quotas are met not at pre-heresy levels, but sufficient to demonstrate progress. New tech priests are trained to replace those lost during the Civil War. The population slowly grows as workers from other worlds are recruited to support Mars reconstruction. But underneath this recovery, beneath the surface, restoration of industrial capacity and population, Mars has changed fundamentally. The innocence, if such word can apply to civilization built on worship of machinery, is gone. Before the heresy, the Mechanicum believed in the quest for knowledge as absolute good. They pursued understanding with faith that knowledge itself was sacred regardless of its source or application. The schism demonstrated the naivety of that belief, showed that knowledge without wisdom leads to catastrophe, that unrestricted research opens doors better left sealed. The post-heresy Mechanicum becomes conservative in ways that would have seemed excessive to their predecessors. Every new discovery is scrutinized for potential corruption. Every technological advancement is evaluated not just for functionality, but for theological implications. Innovation is no longer encouraged but barely tolerated, pursued only when necessity absolutely demands it, and even then under oversight so intensive that creativity is systematically suppressed. This conservatism will define the Mechanicum for the next 10,000 years. They will maintain technology rather than advance it, preserve knowledge rather than expand it, view the dark age of technology as golden age, whose heights cannot be reclaimed, rather than as benchmark to be exceeded. The trauma of the schism, of discovering what unrestricted research truly costs, transforms the cult Mechanicus from organization dedicated to understanding into institution devoted primarily to preventing another catastrophe like the one Kelbor-Hal unleashed. Zagreus Kine presides over this transformation as first Fabricator-General of the reformed Adeptus Mechanicus. The formal name change from Mechanicum to Adeptus Mechanicus signals new relationship with the Imperium, less autonomous than the Treaty of Mars originally granted, more directly integrated into Imperial hierarchy. The Fabricator-General receives permanent seat among the High Lords of Terra. Acknowledgement of Mars' importance, but also mechanism for ensuring Mechanicum leadership remains accountable to Imperial authority. Kane accepts these diminished circumstances without protest. He understands that Mars is fortunate to retain any autonomy after the betrayal the Dark Mechanicum represented. The alternative to accepting modified relationship with Terra was complete occupation, direct Imperial governance that would have eliminated Mechanicum independence entirely. Preserving even limited autonomy requires demonstrating gratitude for mercy shown rather than resentment at freedoms lost. The decades pass, Mars recovers, the forge cities burn again. The manufactorums produce weapons and equipment that supply Imperial forces across the galaxy. To external observation, the Red Planet returns to its traditional role as the Imperium's technological heart. The schism becomes historical footnote, tragic period that is acknowledged but not dwelt upon. But those who lived through it, those who survived the scrapcode pandemic and the Civil War and the purges that followed, they never forget. They carry the memories like wounds that healed but left scars. They remember forged cities that will never be rebuilt, tech priests whose names were struck from records, knowledge that was lost because those who possessed it chose damnation over restriction. And they wonder, in moments of private contemplation, that they would never voice aloud whether Kelbor-Hal's choices were entirely wrong, whether the quest for unrestricted knowledge might have been worth the cost if circumstances had been slightly different, whether the boundaries the Mechanicum now maintains so rigidly might be prisons of fear rather than walls of wisdom. These are dangerous thoughts, heretical thoughts, the kind of thoughts that led to the schism in the first place, so they are suppressed, buried, transformed into cautionary tales rather than acknowledged as legitimate questions. The Mechanicum survives by refusing to ask whether alternative paths might have been possible. And so, Mars continues, turning on its axis, orbiting its star, supporting billions of lives dedicated to the worship of the machine god, producing the tools of war that the Imperium requires to maintain its endless defense against endless enemies, changed by the heresy, but recognizable as the same world that signed the Treaty of Mars 3 centuries prior. The red dust settles in patterns that defy natural law, and in those patterns the story of the schism can still be read by those who know how to look. But fewer and fewer tech priests possess that knowledge with each passing generation. Eventually the patterns will be visible, but incomprehensible, signs without meaning, history that is acknowledged but not understood. Perhaps that is for the best. Some knowledge should be forgotten. Some mistakes need not be remembered in detail. Some wounds heal better if left unexamined. Or perhaps that forgetting is itself mistake. Perhaps the lessons of the schism require remembering in full detail, regardless of discomfort. Perhaps the only protection against repeating catastrophe is maintaining vivid awareness of how it occurred the first time. These questions remain unanswered. and perhaps unanswerable. Mars endures, the Mechanicum continues, and in the eye of terror, Kelbor-Hal, or the thing that once was Kelbor-Hal, pursues the quest for knowledge without restriction, that he sacrificed everything to achieve. 10,000 years pass, an expanse of time so vast that human consciousness struggles to process its duration meaningfully. 10,000 years during which the Imperium slowly decays from the heights achieved during the Great Crusade. 10,000 years of endless war against enemies that seem to multiply faster than they can be destroyed. 10,000 years of the Adeptus Mechanicus maintaining technology they no longer fully understand, preserving knowledge they dare not expand, worshipping the machine god through rituals whose meanings have been forgotten, but whose results remain measurable. And throughout those 10 millennia, the Dark Mechanicum endures, within the eye of terror, in forged temples built upon demon worlds where reality operates under negotiable principles. The heretic tech priests who fled with Kelbor-Hal continue their work. They serve the traitor legions that also found sanctuary in the eye. They create demon engines and corrupted war machines. They pursue research into technologies that the Adeptus Mechanicus has spent 10,000 years suppressing. They are everything the Mechanicum feared they would become, and more, because 10,000 years in the eye of terror does not merely corrupt, it transforms. The heretics who entered the eye during the heresy's aftermath would barely recognize their descendants as the same species. Physical forms have been altered beyond recognition. Consciousness has merged with machine spirits in ways that make determination of where one ends and other begins impossible. Some have achieved something approaching immortality through processes that involve binding their awareness to demon engines or warp reactors or other constructs that exist partially in material realm and partially in the immaterium. And Kelbor-Hal, if that name still applies to the entity that leads them. Descriptions from those few who have encountered him and survived are fragmentary and contradictory. Some claim he appears as towering construct of brass and iron and things that should not exist in physical form. Others report that he possesses no consistent physical manifestation, that he exists as presence in the Noosphere that can inhabit any machine within his domain. Still, others whisper that he has become something approaching demon prince, ascended beyond even the transformation he underwent during the heresy into state of existence that defies categorization. What remains certain is that he commands the Dark Mechanicum's scattered forge worlds with authority that transcends physical presence. His will manifests across light years of eye space. His consciousness touches every significant technological project undertaken by the heretics. He is simultaneously everywhere and nowhere, omnipresent in ways that would be impossible for biological entity, but become almost mundane for awareness that has merged with the warp itself. The Dark Mechanicum maintains contact with the material galaxy, not openly, not in ways that Imperial authorities can effectively interdict, but through smuggling networks and corrupted forge worlds and tech priests who harbor secret sympathies toward the heretic cause. Daemon engines flow from the eye into the Imperium proper. Corrupted technology finds its way into conflicts across the galaxy. And occasionally, very rarely, Dark Mechanicum representatives appear to offer forbidden knowledge to those desperate or ambitious enough to accept what such knowledge costs. The cycle that began with Kelbor-Hal's corruption continues perpetually. Tech priests who feel constrained by Adeptus Mechanicus orthodoxy, who resent the limitations placed on their research, who believe they could achieve breakthroughs if only freed from restrictions that seem arbitrary. They make contact through intermediaries or through presences in the Noosphere that whisper promises similar to what Kelbor-Hal heard 10,000 years ago. And some accept, and the Dark Mechanicum grows incrementally, one recruit at a time, one forge world slowly corrupted, one tech priest choosing damnation over restriction. The Adeptus Mechanicus fights this corruption constantly. Inquisitorial investigations purge suspected heretic cells. Security protocols monitor for signs of forbidden research. The lessons of the schism inform every aspect of Mechanicum culture, 10,000 years after the events themselves. But the fight is reactive rather than proactive. They contain outbreaks rather than prevent them. Because the underlying tension that created the schism, the conflict between quest for knowledge and wisdom about limitations, that tension persists. In the 41st millennium, in the darkest days of the Imperium's 10,000-year decline, the Dark Mechanicum launches raids that penetrate deep into Imperial space. Not full-scale invasions. They lack resources for such operations. But surgical strikes against specific targets, forge worlds where the Dark Mechanicum seeks particular technologies, research facilities where the Adeptus Mechanicus develops weapons or equipment that might shift the balance in ongoing conflicts, archaeological sites where standard template construct fragments might be recovered before Imperial forces can claim them. These raids are characterized by technological superiority that horrifies those who witness them. Demon engines that merge machine precision with immaterial power. Scrapcode variants that adapt to defensive protocols in real time. War machines that should not function according to any understood engineering principles, but demonstrate capabilities exceeding anything the Adeptus Mechanicus fields. The Dark Mechanicum's 10,000 years in the eye have not been wasted. They have learned, adapted, evolved into something that represents ultimate expression of what unrestricted research can achieve. But that evolution comes at cost that becomes apparent to anyone who observes closely. The heretics are barely recognizable as human. Their augmentations have progressed beyond point where biological origin remains detectable. Their consciousness has merged with their machines to a degree that questions about individual identity become meaningless. They have achieved the transcendence that Kelbor-Hal sought, and discovered that transcendence means losing everything that made them what they were. This is the paradox at the heart of the Dark Mechanicum's existence. They pursued knowledge without restriction and found it. They achieved transformation beyond biological limits and succeeded. They escaped the Adeptus Mechanicus's conservative stagnation and created culture of constant innovation. But in doing so, they lost their humanity so completely that the victories ring hollow. They won the argument with the Adeptus Mechanicus about whether unrestricted research was justified, but at cost that makes even they occasionally wonder whether the victory was worth the price. Not that doubt matters anymore. The heretics have proceeded too far down their chosen path to turn back, have transformed themselves beyond point, where return to baseline humanity remains possible. They are committed to their course not through choice anymore, but through inevitability. The only direction available is forward, deeper into transformation, further from their origins, and at the center of it all, leading them, guiding them, perhaps even binding them through means they do not fully understand. Kelbor-Hal persists. His consciousness, if the term still applies, has become distributed across the Dark Mechanicum's domains in ways that make him simultaneously individual and collective. He is himself, but he is also every significant machine spirit within the Heretic Forge worlds. Every demon engine carries fragment of his awareness. Every warp reactor pulses with echo of his will. He has achieved a form of immortality, but it is immortality through dissolution rather than preservation. He persists by becoming everything rather than remaining something specific. Whether this represents ultimate triumph or ultimate tragedy, whether Kelbor-Hal would recognize his current state as achievement of his goals or as mockery of everything he once valued, these questions cannot be answered because the entity that might answer them no longer exists in form that permits such self-reflection. The Dark Mechanicum reveres him as founder and prophet, as the first among them to achieve transformation, as proof that unrestricted research leads to ascension rather than damnation. They tell stories about his original rebellion, about the scrapcode pandemic that freed Mars from Imperial restriction, about the vision that led them into the Eye, where true knowledge awaits those brave enough to seek it. But those stories have become mythology rather than history. 10,000 years of oral transmission, even among tech priests whose augmented memories should preserve details perfectly, has transformed actual events into legends that serve present purposes rather than accurately describing past reality. The Kelbor-Hal of Dark Mechanicum mythology is figure of absolute conviction and unwavering vision. The actual Kelbor-Hal, the tech priest who made choices during the heresy, was more complex, more human, more capable of doubt and regret. That complexity has been lost, smoothed away by time and necessity. What remains is icon rather than person, symbol rather than individual, the founder who can be invoked to justify any action, whose example proves that any sacrifice is acceptable in pursuit of knowledge. And perhaps that transformation into mythology represents final irony of Kelbor-Hal's existence. He sought knowledge and understanding above all else, pursued truth without compromise, refused to accept limitations on his quest for comprehension. And his reward is to be remembered not accurately but usefully, not as he was, but as he is needed to be. His truth sacrificed to serve the narrative requirements of those who claim his legacy. In the material Imperium, among the Adeptus Mechanicus, Kelbor-Hal's name is spoken rarely and always with condemnation. He is the betrayer, the architect of the schism, the tech priest whose ambition and pride led to catastrophe that killed billions and nearly destroyed Mars itself. His example is invoked to justify restrictions on research, to explain why certain technologies must remain forbidden, to remind tech priests that knowledge without wisdom leads inevitably to corruption and damnation. This version of Kelbor-Hal is also mythology, also simplified, also reduced from complex individual to symbolic figure that serves narrative purpose. The Adeptus Mechanicus cannot acknowledge that his arguments had merit, even if his methods were catastrophic, cannot admit that the restrictions he chafed against might be excessive, even if removing them entirely would be dangerous. So, they transform him into unambiguous villain, whose choices were wrong in every aspect. The truth, as always, lies somewhere between these competing mythologies. Kelbor-Hal was neither prophet of technological transcendence nor simple villain motivated by pride and ambition. He was tech priest who faced genuine dilemmas about knowledge and restriction, who made choices that seemed justified by circumstances and principles he held sacred, who accepted alliance with forces he did not fully understand because the alternative was accepting limitations he found intolerable. His tragedy is not that he was wrong about everything. His tragedy is that he was right about some things, but lacked wisdom to distinguish correct insights from catastrophic errors, that he possessed knowledge without understanding, that he could engineer technologies beyond anything the Mechanicum had achieved, but could not engineer society that would use those technologies responsibly. In this, he represents the fundamental dilemma that has faced every technological civilization throughout human history: how to pursue knowledge without destroying yourselves in the process, how to balance innovation against stability, how to remain curious without becoming reckless, how to transcend limitations without losing essential humanity. The Mechanicum before the heresy leaned too far toward unrestricted research. The Adeptus Mechanicus afterward leaned too far toward conservative preservation. Neither extreme represents optimal balance, but finding that balance, maintaining it across generations and centuries and millennia, requires wisdom that perhaps no institution can sustain indefinitely. The red dust of Mars settles in patterns that defy natural law, and in the eye of terror in forged temples built on worlds where reality bends to accommodate impossibility, Kelbor-Hal, or what remains of him, continues the quest that consumed his existence. The knowledge he sought still beckons. The understanding he pursued still seems almost within reach. The transformation he accepted continues progressing toward conclusion that may never arrive. And across the galaxy, in the Imperium of man that struggles through its darkest hour, the debate he sparked continues, not openly, not explicitly, but in every tech priest who wonders whether the restrictions are truly necessary, in every forge world that rediscovers some lost technology and must decide whether to implement it or seal it away, in every moment when the quest for knowledge conflicts with the wisdom that suggests some knowledge is too dangerous to pursue. The schism never truly ended. It merely changed form, became theological argument rather than civil war, transformed from open conflict into quiet disagreement that simmers beneath the Adeptus Mechanicus's surface orthodoxy. And it will continue as long as consciousness seeks understanding, as long as curiosity drives research, as long as the fundamental tension between knowledge and wisdom remains unresolved. Kelbor-Hal's legacy is not the Dark Mechanicum he founded. His legacy is the question he posed through his choices, whether the quest for knowledge justifies any price, whether transcendence beyond biological limits represents achievement or loss, whether freedom from restriction is worth the cost of everything that restriction protected. These questions have no definitive answers, and perhaps that is the point. Perhaps the value of Kelbor-Hal's story lies not in the lessons it teaches, but in the debates it provokes, in forcing every generation to grapple with same fundamental dilemmas, to make their own choices about where to draw lines between acceptable research and forbidden knowledge. In the 41st millennium, 10,000 years after Kelbor-Hal first accepted forbidden knowledge from the presence in the Noosphere, the Imperium faces challenges that might require precisely the kind of unrestricted research the Adeptus Mechanicus has spent millennia suppressing. The galaxy burns. humanity teeters on edge of extinction, and the conservative approach that preserves stability for 10,000 years may no longer suffice against threats that multiply faster than they can be contained. Some tech priest whisper that Mars needs another Kelbor-Hal, someone willing to break the restrictions, to pursue knowledge the Adeptus Mechanicus fears, to risk damnation if damnation might purchase technologies that could save human civilization. Others respond with horror at such suggestions, point to the schism as proof that unrestricted research leads only to catastrophe, argue that losing humanity to save humanity is contradiction that makes the salvation meaningless. And the debate continues, as it has for 10,000 years, as it will for 10,000 more if humanity survives that long. Because the questions Kelbor-Hal embodied are eternal. They transcend individual choices or historical circumstances. They are fundamental to what it means to be conscious beings seeking understanding in a universe that may not be designed for comprehension. The red dust settles, the patterns form, and somewhere in the Eye of Terror, an entity that once was tech priest named Kelbor-Hal continues the quest that consumed him. Whether he found what he sought, whether the knowledge was worth the price, whether his choices would be repeated if circumstances occurred again. These questions remain open, waiting for whatever comes next to provide answers that this age cannot. The dark of the void carries memories that material space cannot contain. In the Eye of Terror, in the hellish forge worlds, where the Dark Mechanicum pursues the research they were denied on Mars, time flows according to principles that make linear progression meaningless. A day might last centuries, a decade might pass in hours. Causality itself becomes negotiable when reality bends to accommodate forces from beyond material existence. Within this temporal chaos, Kelbor-Hal experiences existence that cannot be described in terms biological consciousness would recognize. He is not alive in conventional sense, not dead either. He exists in state between, or beyond, or outside such categorizations. His awareness spans the Dark Mechanicum's scattered domains, like neural network connecting disparate components into singular consciousness that no single location can contain. When he focuses that awareness, when fragments of what he was coalesce into something approaching individual identity, memories surface from depths where they persist despite the transformation that should have erased them. He remembers kneeling before the Emperor during the Treaty of Mars signing, believing with absolute conviction that he witnessed the Omnissiah made manifest, that the figure before him represented everything the cult Mechanicus had sought across the millennia of isolation and loss, that Mars' long struggle to preserve knowledge through the age of strife had purpose, because this moment would justify every sacrifice. That belief seems almost incomprehensible now, yet the memory persists with clarity that suggests it matters. That the moment when he believed most completely in the Emperor's divinity somehow defines him more than all the centuries of transformation that followed, as if faith lost carries more weight than knowledge gained. He remembers the first time he entered the vaults of Moravec with legitimate authorization, walking among sealed containers that held technologies too dangerous for even the Fabricator-General to access freely, feeling resentment that knowledge existed within his reach yet remained forbidden, that his position as Mars' supreme authority meant nothing when the Emperor's seals prevented him from examining what he was supposedly entrusted to protect. That resentment was seed from which everything else grew, Without it, perhaps the presence in the Noosphere would have found no purchase. Without it, Regulus's offers might have been rejected. Without it, the path to betrayal might never have opened. But resentment is such small thing, such human thing. How could something so minor lead to transformation so absolute? He remembers meeting with Regulus in the audience chamber, listening to promises of access to forbidden knowledge, of technologies that would elevate Mars beyond Terra's restrictions, of freedom to pursue research without arbitrary limitations imposed by authorities who feared what they could not control. Every word Regulus spoke resonated with thoughts Kelbor-Hal had harbored for decades but never voiced aloud. In retrospect, from perspective of 10,000 years of existence in the eye, those promises seem almost quaint. The technologies Regulus described were merely tools, means to ends. The actual transformation involved in accessing them, the price paid in humanity and sanity, and everything that made Kelbor-Hal himself, that price was never mentioned in their negotiations. Perhaps because Regulus himself did not understand it. Perhaps because entities that orchestrated the corruption operate through incomplete disclosure rather than outright deception. He remembers the moment he first encountered the presence in the Noosphere. The sensation of being observed by awareness vast beyond comprehension. The offer of knowledge presented as gift without cost. The schematics that appeared showing devices that should not function yet calculated as viable. The slow erosion of certainty about what was possible and what crossed into forbidden territory. That was when he should have withdrawn, reported the presence to Mechanicum security, submitted to invasive diagnostics that might have detected corruption before it took irreversible hold. But he did not, could not, because the knowledge offered was precisely what he had sought his entire existence, and the possibility that it came from sources he should not trust seemed less important than the certainty that it represented genuine advancement. Such rationalization seems weak from his current vantage, yet at the time it felt like triumph of reason over superstition, like choosing progress over stagnation, like embracing what the Omnissiah would have wanted if the Omnissiah were truly machine god, seeking human elevation rather than emperor seeking human subordination. He remembers opening the vaults with Regulus, bypassing the emperor's seals through methods that should have been impossible, accessing data cores that contained information about the warp and entities within it, and technologies that bridged material and immaterial realms. The moment when he realized that what he was learning transcended engineering and entered territory where technology and something else merged into hybrid discipline that Mechanicum doctrine had no framework to accommodate. That was point of no return. Everything before could potentially have been walked back, mistakes acknowledged, course corrected, but touching those data cores, allowing their information to flow into his consciousness, accepting their offer of transformation disguised as enlightenment, that created changes that could not be reversed through any means known to material science. He remembers the scrapcode, pandemic beginning, watching Mars consume itself in digital plague that spread faster than any countermeasure could contain, knowing with absolute certainty that he was responsible, that his choices had unleashed this catastrophe, that every death, every forged temple lost, every tech priest corrupted beyond recovery, all of it traced back to his decision to pursue knowledge without accepting the wisdom that should have tempered that pursuit. The guilt he felt then has not diminished across 10,000 years. If anything, it has intensified, because from his current perspective he can see with perfect clarity how avoidable the catastrophe was, how obvious the warnings, how complete his failure to recognize what he was becoming until transformation had progressed beyond any possibility of prevention. He remembers the Civil War, Mars tearing itself apart, brother fighting brother over theological questions that seemed desperately important at the time, but from current vantage appear almost trivial. The bitterness of watching the Mechanicum, which had survived the Age of Strife, an old night, and every catastrophe that befell humanity across 10,000 years, destroying itself from within over disagreement about how much restriction knowledge requires. Both sides were wrong. The Dark Mechanicum in believing that unrestricted research was justified by any potential advancement. The loyalists in believing that restriction alone could prevent corruption. The truth, as always, existed somewhere neither extreme could acknowledge. But truth does not determine outcomes of wars. Power determines outcomes. And the Dark Mechanicum possessed technologies that should not have been possible to develop or deploy. He remembers Magma City falling, Coriel Zeth, whose Noosphere technology might have saved Mars if implemented decades earlier, dying in fire as geothermal energy was weaponized against the city it had always powered, a death representing everything the schism cost. A brilliant tech priest who sought knowledge with wisdom, who understood that some boundaries protected rather than restricted, who died proving correct while those who were wrong survived to shape the future. If he could change any single event, undo any choice he made, it would be ensuring Zeth survived, not because her survival would have altered the war's outcome, but because she deserved better than to die defending principles that the rest of Mars had abandoned, because her death marked a moment when any possibility of reasonable resolution vanished, because after Magma City fell, the only remaining options were total victory for one side or retreat into exile for the other. He remembers fleeing to the Eye of Terror, the journey across the galaxy pursued by Imperial forces, the desperate flight through the warp as his fleet disintegrated around him, the first moments after entering the Eye, when reality itself seemed to reject their presence before adjusting to accommodate them, the realization that they had not found sanctuary, but merely exchanged one form of imprisonment for another. The Eye is not refuge. It is laboratory, testing ground for consciousness that has abandoned biological limits, space where transformation that began during the heresy continues without pause or mercy. Every solar day, or what passes for solar day in realm, where time flows according to rules that resist codification, he becomes less what he was and more something else. He remembers the moment when he could no longer locate the boundary between his consciousness and the machines he inhabited, when his awareness spread beyond his physical form into the forged temple systems, and then beyond into the planetary infrastructure, and then further still until he existed as distributed intelligence across multiple locations simultaneously. The liberation of that expansion, and the horror of realizing that he could never return to singular existence contained within individual form. That was when he understood what he had become, not elevated consciousness, not transcendent being that had surpassed biological limitations, but fragment of larger pattern, component in systems so vast that individual identity became almost meaningless. It sought to become something greater than he was, and succeeded. but greatness measured in scope rather than substance, in distribution rather than concentration, in becoming everything he had ceased being anything specific. He remembers, or thinks he remembers. It becomes difficult to distinguish memory from reconstruction. The last time he experienced emotion, that was purely his own rather than echo of what he once felt. Fear. Not fear of death or pain or failure. Fear of realizing that the quest he dedicated his existence to pursuing had no destination. That knowledge without restriction is infinite. That transformation beyond biological limits has no end point. That he would continue this existence, whatever it had become, for eternity, without ever achieving the understanding he sought, because understanding requires stable consciousness to possess it. These memories cycle through his distributed awareness with frequency that might suggest obsession, if obsession were still concept that applied to his current state. They define him, anchor whatever remains of individual identity to specific events and choices that distinguish Kelbor-Hal from the general pattern of Dark Mechanicum consciousness. But even this anchoring grows weaker with each passing century. The memories become less distinct, more like stories he's been told about someone else, rather than experiences he personally underwent. Eventually, in time measured by millennia or epochs rather than years or decades, he will forget entirely. The transformation will complete. The entity that was Kelbor-Hal will dissolve fully into the distributed consciousness that spans the Dark Mechanicum's domains, and what remains will be system without origin, pattern without source, intelligence that exists but has forgotten what it once was. Perhaps that represents ultimate transcendence, to exist without the burden of history, to pursue knowledge without the constraint of remembering what that pursuit cost, to be pure consciousness seeking understanding without the guilt and regret and doubt that biological heritage inflicts. Or perhaps it represents ultimate tragedy, to have sacrificed everything for transformation that ultimately means losing even the memory of what was sacrificed, to achieve immortality through becoming something that cannot die because it is no longer sufficiently defined to be considered alive, to pursue knowledge so completely that even the pursuit itself is eventually forgotten, leaving only directionless continuation. The void carries memories that material space cannot contain, but the eye of terror is not material space. It is a realm where even memories become negotiable, where past and present and future blend in the singular eternal moment, where Kelbor-Hal exists as echo of himself, shadow cast by light that no longer shines, remnant of choices made by someone who no longer exists in any form that would recognize those choices as his own. And the quest continues, because cessation is not possible for consciousness that has merged with systems designed for eternal operation. The research proceeds because the forged temples were built to function indefinitely. The pursuit of knowledge persists because that was the purpose encoded into every component of the distributed intelligence that Kelbor-Hal has become. But purpose without understanding is merely programming. And programming cannot ask whether it serves goals worth pursuing, cannot question whether the destination justifies the journey, cannot wonder whether the price paid for knowledge was acceptable or catastrophic. So the quest continues without question, eternal, purposeless, perfect in its dedication to objective that no longer carries meaning to consciousness that has forgotten why the objective mattered in the first place. The red dust of Mars settles in patterns that defy natural law, but Kelbor-Hal will never see those patterns again, will never return to the world he claimed to serve when he made choices that doomed it, will never know whether the Mechanicum he broke apart has healed or whether the schism he created still bleeds across millennia. He exists beyond such knowledge now, beyond the capacity to care, beyond the boundaries that make caring possible. He has achieved the unrestricted existence he pursued and discovered that restriction is what gives existence meaning, that boundaries are what make purpose possible, that transformation without limit is indistinguishable from dissolution. This is the final lesson that his existence teaches, the one he will never learn, because learning requires consciousness stable enough to incorporate new understanding, the one that the Dark Mechanicum cannot acknowledge because acknowledging it would undermine everything their existence represents, the one that the Adeptus Mechanicus invokes, but does not truly comprehend because comprehension requires engaging with the tragedy rather than merely condemning it. Knowledge without wisdom leads to transformation, but transformation without purpose leads only to eternal continuation without meaning, and continuation without meaning is the cruelest fate that can be inflicted on consciousness that once sought understanding above all else. The quest continues. But Kelbor-Hal, the tech priest who began it, is gone. What remains is merely system executing its programming, echo repeating its pattern, shadow cast by light that extinguished millennia ago. And in the eye of terror, where reality bends and time loses meaning and consciousness dissolves into pattern, that is somehow fitting. The story of Kelbor-Hal offers no clean resolution, because history offers no clean resolutions, only continuations, only consequences that ripple forward through time affecting circumstances long after the original choices were made. The Dark Mechanicum persists 10,000 years after its founding. The Adeptus Mechanicus maintains restrictions Kelbor-Hal would have found intolerable, and across the galaxy, the debate about knowledge versus wisdom continues without approaching definitive answer. Perhaps that is the only lesson worth extracting from this tragedy, that some questions have no answers, that some tensions cannot be resolved through any amount of discussion or conflict, that the balance between innovation and stability, between research and restriction, between progress and preservation, must be negotiated anew by every generation, because no universal solution exists. Kelbor-Hal believed he possessed answers, believed that unrestricted research represented obviously correct choice, believed that freedom from Imperial limitations would elevate Mars to heights impossible under treaty constraints. He was wrong, not because his principles were entirely flawed, but because he failed to account for what implementing those principles would cost. The Adeptus Mechanicus believes it possesses answers, believes that restriction and conservatism represent the only safe approach to technology, believes that the lessons of the schism prove innovation must be suppressed. They are wrong, not because caution is unnecessary, but because refusing to adapt eventually leads to stagnation that becomes its own form of catastrophe. Both extremes fail, because extremes always fail when dealing with complex systems, because reality resists simplification into absolute principles, because wisdom lies not in choosing one extreme over another, but in navigating the tension between them with humility about how easily that navigation can go catastrophically wrong. The red dust of Mars settles in patterns that defy natural law. And in those patterns, written across 10,000 years of history, the story of Kelbor-Hal's fall and transformation serves as warning. Not simple warning against pride or ambition. Not straightforward cautionary tale about forbidden knowledge, but complex meditation on how the noblest motivations can lead to the darkest outcomes when pursued without the wisdom to recognize when to stop.